Chapter 1170. Trying to escape. While the Zhou clan's people backstage were still shocked by the Grade 1 life recovery pill with 91% purity, a calm voice resonated in the air and attracted everyone's attention. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and used an invisible force to grab Zhou Li, who was trying to escape from the backstage of the auction house. Duan Lingtian's hand was in a chokehold. Zhou Li seemed to be choked by the invisible force as well. His face was red as he hovered in the air. His eyes were wide open, and he could not make a sound for a long time. "Sir, please have mercy." Zhou Ji looked at Duan Lingtian and hurriedly said. "Have mercy?" Duan Lingtian glanced at Zhou Ji indifferently and asked, "Do you think that's possible?" "Sir, Zhou Li is the only son of our Zhou clan's grand elder. It won't do you any good if you kill him." Zhou Ji decided to use force when he saw that the soft approach did not work. Then, as though he was afraid Duan Lingtian did not know how powerful their Zhou clan's grand elder was, he continued to say, "Our Zhou clan's grand elder is one of the top powerhouses in our Zhou clan. He's at the 8th level martial monarch stage. Although I'm a 7th level martial monarch stage martial artist, I'll definitely die if I go up against our Zhou clan's grand elder." Zhou Ji continued to exaggerate how powerful the Zhou clan's grand elder was. Zhou clan's grand elder. 8th level martial monarch stage. However, Duan Lingtian did not buy Zhou Ji's words at all. After glancing at Zhou Ji indifferently, he suddenly withdrew his hand that was in a chokehold. Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking resonated in the air. It was not loud, but it shocked everyone apart from Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. Horror dawned on everyone in the Zhou clan, including Zhou Ji. Boom! Zhou Ji, whose neck was crushed by Duan Lingtian, fell to the ground. The profundity fragment in his body had become Duan Lingtian's possession. His spatial ring was also in Duan Lingtian's hands. You, Zhou Ji looked at Duan Lingtian and was speechless for a long time. He was completely shocked by Duan Lingtian's actions. He dared to kill the only son of the great elder of the Zhou clan. As far as he was concerned, this young man was finished, completely finished. Most of the Zhou family members had the same idea as Zhou Ji. However, a small portion of the Zhou clan did not think so. From the moment he entered the backstage of our auction house, his expression remained calm. He never showed any signs of panic. At first, I thought he was doing it on purpose. Only now did I realize that he didn't take us seriously at all. Even now, when he killed Zhou Li, the only son of our Zhou clan's great elder, his face did not reveal the slightest trace of fear. It seems that he is not afraid of the great elder. Not afraid of the grand elder. Then how strong is his background? Earlier, he said that the Grade 1 spirit weapon with a 90% amplification was refined by a Grade 1 weapons craftsman from his sect. A sect with such a Grade 1 weapons craftsman must not be an ordinary sect. Perhaps, he's a disciple from a first-rate sect in the central area of the Inner Land. A small portion of the Zhou clan members whispered among themselves. The Inner Land could be considered as the central area of the Cloud Continent. There were many powerhouses there. The central area of the Inner Land, on the other hand, was the core of the Cloud Continent. There were even more powerhouses there. Upon hearing the whispers of the Zhou clan members, most of the Zhou clan members, including Zhou Ji, felt that they made sense. Their expressions turned solemn in unison. That was right. It was impossible for a Grade 1 weapons craftsman who could refine a Grade 1 spirit weapon with a 90% amplification to join an ordinary sect. Although their Zhou clan was also a first-rate force, it could only be ranked at the bottom among all the first-rate forces in the Inner Land. It was at the bottom of the first-rate forces on the Cloud Continent. The closer it was to the central area of the Inner Land, the stronger the first-rate forces there were. "May I know which sect you're from, sir?" Zhou Ji asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian after taking a deep breath. "It won't take long for you to find out which sect I'm from." Now, Take my things out of Zhou Li's spatial ring so that your Zhou clan members won't say that I'm framing him. Duan Lingtian replied nonchalantly in the face of Zhou Ji's question. He raised his hand and tossed Zhou Li's spatial ring to Zhou Ji. Zhou Ji glanced at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze before performing the blood ownership claim on Zhou Li's spatial ring. Soon after, he took out a spirit sword and a medicinal pill from it. Whoosh! Although they were mentally prepared, the Zhou clan members who were present were in an uproar when they saw Zhou Ji taking out the stolen goods from Zhou Li's spatial ring. At the same time, they looked at Zhou Li's corpse in disdain. What a disgrace to our Zhou clan. He's even the Grand Elder's son. He's a disgrace to the Zhou clan. Although Zhou Li was already a corpse, many people still mocked him. Put the sword and medicinal pill back. Remove the blood ownership claim on the spatial ring and return it to me. As for the sword and medicinal pill from before, if your Zhou clan's auction fair is willing to auction them for me, I'll hand them over to you. If you're not willing, I'll take them and leave. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhou Ji and said nonchalantly. Of course we're willing. Zhou Ji replied without any hesitation, not only that, the Zhou clan's auction fair will auction these two items for free. As he spoke, Zhou Ji placed the sword and medicinal pill back into the spatial ring left behind by Zhou Li. Then, he removed the blood ownership claim on the spatial ring and returned it to Duan Lingtian. If that's the case, thank you, Manager Zhou Ji. Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Zhou Ji deeply. You're welcome. Faced with this young man who was not afraid of their Zhou clan's grand elder, Zhou Ji did not dare to be negligent before he knew his background. He was deeply afraid that he would offend someone he could not afford to offend. Also, how do you want to deal with her? Zhou Ji asked Duan Lingtian as he looked at the woman who was standing at the side and trembling in fear. Thump. The moment Zhou Ji's words left his mouth, the woman knelt in front of Duan Lingtian and kowtowed loudly. Customer, I know I'm in the wrong. It's only right for you to take my life. However, I hope that after I die, you'll be merciful and let my family go. The woman kowtowed and begged for mercy. However, she was not begging for mercy for herself. Instead, she was begging for mercy for her family. She was deeply afraid that Duan Lingtian would vent his anger on her family. Since you explained the reason to me using your voice transmission earlier, I won't make a fuss about it with you. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. Thank you, customer. Thank you. The woman hurriedly thanked him. Since the customer won't make a fuss about it, why aren't you getting up? The auction is about to begin. Why aren't you bringing the customer to the VIP area? You better serve the customer well. Otherwise, don't ever come here again. Zhou Ji frowned when he saw the woman was still kneeling on the ground. Yes, yes. The woman regained her senses when she heard Zhou Ji's words. She hurriedly stood up and looked at Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. Customer, please follow me. She led the way while Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu followed closely behind. After Duan Lingtian left, the backstage of the Zhou clan's auction fair fell into a dead silence again. You, bring Zhou Li's body back to the clan. Also, inform the clan leader of what happened today. Tell him not to alarm the Grand Elder who's in closed-door cultivation and not to make a move before he finds out the background of the purple-clad young man. Zhou Ji looked at one of the Zhou clan's disciples and said with a fearful expression, I have a feeling he's not as simple as he seems. Yes. The Zhou clan's disciples responded respectfully when they heard Zhou Ji's words. They carried Zhou Li's body and left. Everyone, make your preparations. The auction is about to begin. Zhou Ji said to the others. Yes. Everyone responded one after another. On the other side. Under the woman's lead, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu successfully arrived at the area closest to the auction stage. It was also the so-called VIP area. There were many individual pavilions here as well. Some of the pavilions only had one person while others had groups of 3 to 5 people chatting happily. It was obvious they had come together. There's someone wearing a mask. Soon after, Duan Lingtian discovered there were many people in the VIP area who were wearing masks. It was as though they were afraid of being recognized. Duan Lingtian could vaguely guess what they were thinking. They were worried that if they bid for something in the auction, it would attract the attention of others. If they wore a mask, nobody would know they were the ones who bid for the item. At that time, they could take off their masks and leave as though nothing had happened. Customer, please. The woman led Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu into an empty pavilion. There was a stone table and stone stools in the pavilion. There were fine wines, delicacies, and fresh fruits on the stone table. After Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu sat down, the woman stood guard in front of the pavilion and said to Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu, "Customer, if you need anything, you can call me at any time." After she finished speaking, the woman stood guard in front of the pavilion. There were many pavilions in the VIP area. However, only the pavilion where Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu were standing guard was guarded by people from the Zhou clan's auction fair. For a time, this pavilion that stood out like a crane among chickens attracted the attention of many people. Who's so arrogant? He even has someone to serve him. Many people were curious. A young man dressed in brocade clothes sat in a pavilion not far away from Duan Lingtian's pavilion. Behind the young man, an old man stood there like a shadow. I'd like to see who can make the Zhou clan treat him like this. Even I, the young master, am not served. The young man in brocade clothes heard the surrounding voices and saw the woman standing in front of the pavilion not far away. His face turned slightly gloomy. Then, he stood up and led the old man to the pavilion. Customer, this place is taken. Just as the young man in brocade clothes was about to break into Duan Lingtian's pavilion with the old man, the woman standing at the side stopped them and said with a smile, "Please find another place. Get lost." The young man in brocade clothes was furious when he saw the woman blocking his way. He raised his hand and struck out like lightning. Boom! Chapter 1171. The loud noise when the woman was killed instantly alarmed Duan Lingtian. Before Duan Lingtian could make a move, a layer of invisible light rose up and blocked the blood that splattered on him and Tian Wu. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian looked at the culprit who was slowly walking into the pergola. His face gradually turned grave. What a beautiful woman! The young man in embroidered clothes brought the old man in. His eyes immediately landed on Feng Tianwu. As for Duan Lingtian, he completely ignored him. Feng Tianwu's peerless appearance entered his eyes, and it caused his breathing to become hurried. When had he ever seen such a beauty? "Miss, my name is Wu Jie. I'm the son of the sect leader of True Martial Sect. May I know your name, miss?" The young man in embroidered clothes walked up to Feng Tianwu. A warm and brilliant smile bloomed on his handsome face. However, there was only lust and desire in the depth of his eyes. He desired this woman who was almost perfect in front of him. Scram! When Wu Jie greeted Feng Tianwu politely, Feng Tianwu only replied with a single word. Wu Jie was dumbstruck. Ever since Wu Jie killed the woman outside the pergola, the commotion here had alarmed many people and attracted many people's attention. Due to this reason, the scene of Wu Jie failing to strike up a conversation with Feng Tianwu and being rebuked by Feng Tianwu was also witnessed by a group of people. The son of the sect leader of True Martial Sect. Many people did not dare to say anything after learning of Wu Jie's identity. However, their eyes were filled with mockery when they looked at Wu Jie. The True Martial Sect was a first-rate force that was on par with the Zhou clan in Ataraxia City and the Yin Yang sect in the past. I said I'm the son of the sect leader of True Martial Sect. The young sect leader of True Martial Sect. Wu Jie felt extremely humiliated when he sensed the mocking gazes from the surroundings. He tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart and looked at Feng Tianwu again as he repeated himself. Scram! However, this time, Feng Tianwu's reply was still the same. Get lost. Wu Jie's body trembled, and his expression gradually turned ferocious. When had he ever been disregarded in public like this? Such disregard was no different from humiliation. Whoosh! The group of people who were watching the show were also in an uproar. While they looked at Wu Jie mockingly, they also looked at Feng Tianwu in surprise. They did not expect this woman to be so bold as to treat the son of the true martial sect master in such a manner. It should be known that although the true martial sect leader had 2 sons, the one he doted on the most was undoubtedly his youngest son, whom he had gotten in his later years. He practically viewed him as his lifeblood. Bitch! I gave you face, but you don't want it. Finally, Wu Jie could no longer suppress the anger in his heart and completely exploded. He took a step forward and stretched out his hands to grab Feng Tianwu. Aren't you arrogant? From today onwards, this young master will make you my slave. Wu Jie was the son of the sect leader of the true martial sect. He was in his early 30s, and his cultivation base was at the peak of the void. However, in front of Feng Tianwu, he was no different from an ant. Whoosh! Young master! The short-lived sound of a sword whistling accompanied by a loud shout reverberated in the air. As it turned out, Feng Tianwu had casually killed Wu Jie, who was charging at her menacingly, with just a swing of her sword. The person who shouted at the same time was the old man behind Wu Jie. It did not cross the old man's mind that this seemingly harmless red-clad woman would be able to kill his young master before he could even react. His young master was dead. How was he going to explain this to the sect leader when he returned? The surroundings fell into a dead silence. Many pairs of eyes were slightly stunned as they looked at Wu Jie, who was lying in a pool of blood. She killed the youngest son of the sect leader of the true martial sect. She's in big trouble now. The true martial sect won't let her go. I can't believe she's only in her early 20s, but she actually has the strength to kill the youngest son of the sect leader of the true martial sect. Although they didn't mobilize the heaven and earth energy to form the heaven and earth phenomenon, I heard that the cultivation base of the youngest son of the sect leader of the true martial sect seems to be at the peak of the void. She killed him in just one blow. She must be a martial monarch powerhouse. The onlookers discussed animatedly as they stared at the peerlessly beautiful woman in front of them in shock. It was said that women were a source of calamity. Today, they finally witnessed it for themselves. If it was not for the fact that the son of the sect leader of the true martial sect harbored evil thoughts toward this woman, he would not have ended up in such a state. However, they were unaware of this fact. When the son of the sect leader of the true martial sect killed the woman who was guarding outside the pavilion, he had already been sentenced to death by the purple-clad young man next to the woman. You! How dare you kill my young master? Do you know who he is? When the old man saw Wu Jie lying on the ground, he was so enraged that his body began to tremble. He glared at Feng Tianwu as though he still had not recovered from the shock earlier. Does it have anything to do with me who he is? Feng Tianwu lifted her head and glanced at the old man indifferently before she said something that almost made the old man spit out blood. This woman had killed his young master first. Then, she asked if it had anything to do with her who his young master was. You're seeking death. The old man could no longer hold it in. With a loud shout, the origin energy on his body skyrocketed. In just a blink of an eye, it transformed into thunder and lightning that twined around his body, making him look like the god of thunder. Not only that, but there were also wisps of green wind twining around the thunder and lightning. Apart from the wind, there were also wisps of solidified flames that were dancing around. The old man moved and charged out. Wherever he passed, the sound of air exploding rose and fell. Invisible airwaves rolled and turned into a violent wind that blew in all directions. Whoosh! Soon after, a sword appeared in the old man's hand out of thin air. The sword swung from the west as though it had the help of the gods as it headed straight for Feng Tianwu. The strength that the old man displayed was not only above Wu Jie, but it was also far above Feng Tianwu. However, Feng Tianwu's expression remained unchanged in the face of the old man who was charging at her like a storm. She had no intention of making a move as well. Is she crazy? Looks like she's determined to die. Many of the spectators thought to themselves when they saw the scene before their eyes. Just when everyone thought that Feng Tianwu was going to die, a scene that was out of everyone's expectations appeared. All of them widened their eyes until their pupils were round. Heavens! What did they just see? The purple-clad young man who was sitting next to the red-clad lady, who had not made a move all this while, made his move like a thunderbolt when the old man's sword that contained the strength of 2 blue dragons and a few thousand horned dragons was charging at the red-clad lady. Whoosh! With just a finger, he blocked the old man's sword that he had attacked with all his might. The finger and sword collided, and they were in a stalemate for the time being. With the collision as the center, waves of rolling airwaves spread out. In just a blink of an eye, it transformed into a violent wind that caused the robes of the spectators to flutter. Some of the people with a lower cultivation base even squinted their eyes from the wind. However, their eyes never left the purple-clad young man in the distance. The purple-clad young man's strength made them feel inexplicably shocked. Smack! 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 At this moment, the old man's face turned red, and his body trembled slightly. With his feet as the center, tiny cracks began to appear. The cracks continued to spread like a giant spider web. Humph! Compared to the old man who was powerless, Duan Lingtian appeared to be calm and composed. However, he soon snorted coldly, and the finger that was on the tip of the old man's sword trembled. A vast amount of energy surged out from Duan Lingtian's finger and entered the spirit sword in the old man's hand as easily as crushing dry weeds before it entered the old man's body. Boom! In just an instant, the overbearing energy destroyed the old man's internal organs. It killed the old man in an invisible manner, causing him to fall to the ground with a dull look in his eyes. He was no longer breathing. Silence. The entire place was dead silent. True martial sect. Duan Lingtian glanced at the 2 corpses in front of him coldly. A hint of disdain appeared on the corner of his mouth. According to Luo Ping, the true martial sect was one of the sworn enemies of the original Yin Yang sect. Tian Wu, let's go over there. Duan Lingtian lifted his hand and took away the spatial rings, profundity fragments, and concept fragments from the 2 corpses. Then, he brought Feng Tianwu to an empty pavilion and sat down again. At the same time, many pairs of eyes followed them. Who's this purple-clad young man? He's so powerful. Judging from the heaven and earth phenomenon that he triggered, this old man from the true martial sect should be at least at the 5th or 6th level martial monarch stage. However, he was still killed by just a finger. He's too powerful. I'm guessing he's a powerful demon. It's impossible for a human martial artist to possess such powerful strength at such a young age. The group of people whispered among themselves. Apart from fear, there was only fear in their eyes when they looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu sat down in another pavilion again. The previous pavilion was soon cleaned up by the Zhou clan's auction fair's staff. While they were cleaning up, a few of the staff's bodies were trembling slightly. They were cleaning up the body of the youngest son that the sect leader of the true martial sect doted on the most. Backstage of the Zhou clan's auction fair. Manager, those 2 are too good at causing trouble. First, they killed Zhou Li. Now, they even killed the youngest son of the sect leader of the true martial sect and an elder from the true martial sect. One of the Zhou clan's disciples looked at Zhou Ji and reported with a wry smile on his face. It seems like our Zhou clan's auction fair is destined to be chaotic today. Zhou Ji sighed. Manager, I've already done as you instructed. I've already sent the 2 bodies to the true martial sect's property in Ataraxia City. Soon after, someone came in and reported. Manager, it's about to begin. At this moment, someone reminded him. Everything's going according to plan. It must be a mess outside now. I'll go out and calm them down first. After Zhou Ji said that, he walked out of the backstage of the auction fair and went up to the open-air auction stage. As he stood on the auction stage, he could clearly see the pavilions in front of him and the guests sitting in the pavilions. These guests were here to participate in the large-scale auction that was being held by the Zhou clan's auction fair today. Everyone, I hereby announce. The large-scale auction that's held every 3 months at the Zhou clan's auction fair will now begin. Chapter 1172. As Zhou Ji announced the start of the auction, all the guests in the Zhou clan's auction square shifted their attention from Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu to the auction stage. Soon after, someone brought the first auction item up, attracting everyone's attention, including Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian only took a glance before he retracted his gaze. The first auction item was a bottle of grade 1 pills. Even though it was separated by the pill bottle, his spiritual energy could still easily probe the origin of the pills. It was a grade 1 pill with a purity of less than 70%. In Duan Lingtian's eyes, it was no different from trash. However, the trash in Duan Lingtian's eyes did not mean that other people would treat it as trash as well. In many people's eyes, it was a treasure that they would have to spend a lot of high-grade origin stones to obtain. I bid 20 high-grade origin stones, 30 high-grade origin stones, 50 high-grade origin stones. In the end, the bottle of grade 1 pills that Duan Lingtian regarded as trash was bought by someone at the high price of 120 high-grade origin stones. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh. Such trash, not to mention 120 upper-grade primordial stones, even if it was sold to him for 1 lower-grade primordial stone, he would not buy it. Pills were different from spirit weapons. Spirit weapons of lower quality could be reforged, but pills could not. The auction was in full swing. However, it was not calm in the Zhou clan's mansion in Ataraxia City. When a corpse was sent to the Zhou clan's mansion, the entire Zhou clan was in an uproar. All the Zhou clan's high-ranking officials who were in the Zhou clan's mansion and were not in closed-door cultivation gathered together. In the Zhou clan's main hall, an old man wearing a golden green robe sat on the main seat. The old man looked extremely healthy. There was an awe-inspiring aura between his brows. This old man was the current clan leader of the Zhou clan in Ataraxia City, Zhou Zheng. There was a group of people gathered below him. There were old people and middle-aged people among them. They were the Zhou clan's elders. At this moment, they were surrounding a corpse that was lying on the ground. The corpse was not unfamiliar to them. Zhou Li, the son of the Zhou clan's grand elder. Patriarch, who did this? A middle-aged elder of the Zhou clan widened his eyes in disbelief as he looked at Zhou Zheng, who was sitting at the head of the table. He found it hard to imagine who would be so bold. He even dared to kill the only son of their Zhou clan's great elder. For a moment, all the elders of the Zhou clan also looked at Zhou Zheng curiously. The great elder of the Zhou clan was a famous expert in the area around Peaceful City. In their opinion, daring to kill the only son of their Zhou clan's great elder was tantamount to courting death. I'm not sure yet. Facing the curious gazes of the Zhou clan elders, Zhou Zheng shook his head. Not sure. Zhou Zheng's words caused the Zhou clan elders to be completely dumbfounded. Patriarch, what do you mean? Could it be that you don't even know who killed Zhou Li? An elder of the Zhou clan asked with a frown. If that's really the case, then wouldn't Great Elder want to avenge Zhou Li, but still be unable to find the murderer? If the Great Elder comes out of seclusion, he definitely won't be able to accept this. Before Zhou Zheng could open his mouth, the other elders of the Zhou clan had already started discussing. The murderer is currently in our Zhou clan's auction square. When Zhou Zheng opened his mouth, the entire place fell silent. A moment later, a Zhou clan elder was the first to react. His eyes flashed coldly as he said, Patriarch, the great elder has devoted his entire life to our Zhou clan. Now that he's in closed-door cultivation to make a breakthrough, and his only son has been killed, we should capture the murderer and wait for the great elder to come out of seclusion to deal with him. The other elders of the Zhou clan agreed with the suggestion of this Zhou clan elder. If this matter is so simple, do you think I'd ask all of you to come here? Zhou Zheng asked as he glanced at the Zhou clan elders indifferently. At once, the Zhou clan elders fell silent. Patriarch, is there any problem? Soon after, a sensitive Zhou clan elder asked. That's right. Zhou Zheng nodded and said, Zhou Li was killed in the backstage of our Zhou clan's auction square. When Zhou Li died, Zhou Ji was also present. Zhou Ji, the steward of the Zhou clan's auction square. At the same time, he was also a powerful Zhou clan elder. Come to think of it, if he was not powerful, how could he be the steward of the Zhou clan's auction square that was extremely important to the Zhou clan? Elder Zhou Ji was present. How could the murderer kill Zhou Li? Many of the grand elders of the Zhou clan gasped as their pupils constricted unconsciously. Zhou Ji was at the 7th level martial monarch stage. His strength could be ranked in the top 10 in the Zhou clan. According to Zhou Ji, even he didn't have time to react when the other party attacked. The other party's strength is in no way inferior to him. In fact, the other party is even stronger. Zhou Zheng said in a deep voice. In our Zhou clan, including the patriarch and the great elder, there are 3 supreme elders who are stronger than Elder Zhou Ji. Wouldn't it be easy for them to deal with that person? Many Zhou clan elders said confidently. Of course, I know that. Zhou Zheng said, however, the person who killed Zhou Li must be someone special. Huh? The moment Zhou Zheng's words left his mouth, it attracted the attention of all the Zhou clan elders. Someone special. According to the clan disciple who brought Zhou Li's body back, the person who killed Zhou Li is a guest who came to our Zhou clan's auction square to auction, Zhou Zheng said slowly and paused for a moment. A guest? Since he's a guest, why would he kill Zhou Li? Don't tell me Zhou Li provoked him. The group of Zhou clan elders asked curiously. Today, 2 guests came to our Zhou clan's auction square to auction, facing the doubts of the Zhou clan's elders. Zhou Zheng told them the ins and outs of the matter that he knew. He told them everything, including the fact that the guest who killed Zhou Li had sent a grade 1 spirit weapon that could increase one's strength by 90% and a grade 1 pill with a purity of more than 90%. Of course, he did not leave out the fact that Zhou Li was greedy and intended to take the items that the guest had sent to auction for himself. Whoosh! The Zhou clan's main hall was in an uproar when Zhou Zheng finished speaking. Many of the Zhou clan elders' faces became somewhat ugly, and even more people's faces and ears turned red, as if they were embarrassed because of something. How shameful! How shameful! This time, not only did Zhou Li disgrace himself, he even brought shame to our Zhou family. If that guest spreads the news, who would dare to send their items to our Zhou clan's auction square in the future? Although I respect the Grand Elder, regarding this matter, I can only say, Zhou Li deserved to die. That's right. He deserved to die. Many of the Zhou clan elders changed their target to Zhou Li after they understood what had happened. All of them were filled with righteous indignation. Silence. As Zhou Zheng shouted coldly, the Zhou clan's main hall regained its silence. Even if Zhou Li was in the wrong in this matter, he still paid with his life. Therefore, I don't want anyone to talk about him anymore. Zhou Zheng looked around and said in a deep voice. The group of Zhou clan elders fell silent immediately. Clan leader, you said that, the guest said that the grade 1 spirit weapon that could increase one's strength by 90% was refined by a grade 1 weapons craftsman in his sect? One of the Zhou clan elders asked as he looked at Zhou Zheng. That's right. Zhou Zheng nodded. That's what the clan disciple that Zhou Ji sent back said. Moreover, Zhou Ji suspects that the grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of 91% was refined by a grade 1 alchemist in that person's sect. Whoosh! The moment Zhou Zheng's words left his mouth, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. All of the Zhou clan elders' expressions changed drastically. If that's the case, doesn't that mean that his sect has two extraordinary weapons craftsmen and alchemists? Heavens! How powerful must such a sect be? Many of the Zhou clan elders exclaimed softly. For this reason, before we find out more about him, not only can we not offend him, but we can't allow the Grand Elder to look for trouble with him even if he comes out of closed-door cultivation. A hint of dread could be seen on Zhou Zheng's face when he reached the end of his sentence. The group of Zhou clan elders agreed with him. Clan leader. Clan leader. At this moment, a panting voice resonated from outside. It was obvious that the person had just rushed back to the Zhou clan. Huh? Zhou Zheng raised his eyebrows and replied, "Come in." A moment later, a Zhou clan disciple who looked like he was in a hurry entered the main hall. When he saw the group of Zhou clan elders present, he could not help but feel a little awkward. "Why are you looking for me in such a hurry? Did something happen at the auction?" Zhou Zheng asked when he recognized the person as the disciple in charge of the Zhou clan's auction. Auction? The moment Zhou Zheng spoke, all of the Zhou clan elders looked at him curiously. They were curious as to why he rushed back to the clan to look for the clan leader. Yes. The Zhou clan disciple who rushed back quickly nodded. Speak. Zhou Zheng said. Clan leader, the guest who killed Elder Zhou Li and the woman next to him killed the young sect leader of True Martial Sect and the person next to him at our Zhou clan's auction. The Zhou clan disciple finished his sentence in one breath. He had returned to report this. The moment the Zhou clan disciple's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. The young sect leader of True Martial Sect. Which young sect leader? Is it the young sect leader, Wu Jian, who's in charge of the True Martial Sect's business in our Ataraxia city? As the clan leader of Zhou clan and one of the top powerhouses in the Zhou clan, Zhou Zheng immediately reacted and asked. Wu Jian was the eldest son of the sect leader of True Martial Sect. He usually stayed in Ataraxia city and took care of the True Martial Sect's business in Ataraxia city. He was also a powerful person who was not inferior to Zhou Ji, the manager of their Zhou clan's auction. No. The Zhou clan disciple shook his head and smiled wryly. It's Wu Jie. He's the youngest son of the sect leader of True Martial Sect. Manager Zhou Ji has already sent Wu Jie's body to the True Martial Sect's business in Ataraxia city. At this moment, Wu Jian must have seen his brother's body. The Zhou clan disciple continued. Wu Jie. Chapter 1173. Half of the properties in Ataraxia city belonged to the Zhou clan. The other half was controlled by a few other first-rate forces, and the True Martial Sect was one of them. Today, the True Martial Sect's properties in Ataraxia city were not peaceful. When the two bodies were sent in, apart from the fact that the shop was closed, the atmosphere in the shop became particularly oppressive. Who did this? A sturdy middle-aged man asked in a deep voice as he looked at the person who sent the bodies in. His eyes gleamed coldly. Young sect leader, I'm from the Zhou clan's auction square. Your brother and this True Martial Sect's elder were killed by two guests from our Zhou clan's auction square. The person who was being stared at by the middle-aged man hurriedly replied with cold sweat dripping down his forehead. From his words, it could be heard that this sturdy middle-aged man was none other than the other young sect leader of the True Martial Sect, Wu Jian. At the same time, he was also Wu Jie's brother. You killed my brother and my True Martial Sect's elder. I, Wu Jian, want you to pay with your life. As Wu Jian's eyes gleamed fiercely, a ruthless aura exuded from his body as though he was about to devour someone. Brother, don't worry. I'll twist the head of the person who killed you and bring it back as a sacrifice to you. Soon after, Wu Jian looked at the young man lying on the ground. His eyes were bloodshot as he enunciated each word clearly in a deep voice. Zhou clan's auction square. In just a short while, 5 items had already been auctioned off. However, these items were useless to Duan Lingtian. In fact, 3 of the items were no different from trash in the eyes of Duan Lingtian. This is the 6th item that our Zhou clan's auction square is auctioning today. This is an extremely rare material. According to the records in the ancient books, it's called mysterious silver. On the auction stage, Zhou Ji introduced the auction item in his hand. It was an irregular ball that was as thick as an adult's fist. It was uneven and extremely ugly. Mysterious silver. As soon as Zhou Ji's words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian, who was originally resting with his eyes closed, shuddered and opened his eyes. His burning gaze immediately shot out from his eyes and focused on Zhou Ji's hand. Finally, there was something that he was interested in. Moreover, this item had an extraordinary meaning to him. What's mysterious silver? That's right. Hurry up and introduce it to us. Otherwise, we won't know what use it has even if we bring it home. At this time, many people asked Zhou Ji to introduce mysterious silver. Zhou Ji lightly smiled as he introduced. The mysterious silver is an extremely rare inscription material. As for its specific function, it's able to communicate and command the puppets that are made from the inscription formation and other things through the mysterious silver. As everyone knows, although ordinary inscription masters can create puppets, those puppets will not listen to anyone's orders, including the inscription master who created them. Puppets don't have intelligence. They can only move according to the inscription formation that the inscription master left in their bodies. Zhou Ji continued, however, if we have the mysterious silver, then everything will be different. Once the puppet is fused with the mysterious silver, and with the corresponding inscription formation, we'll be able to directly command and control the puppet. Whoosh! As soon as Zhou Ji finished speaking, there was an uproar. Puppets can be controlled through this material. Many people's eyes lit up. No. If the puppet is infused with this mysterious silver, I don't know if only I can control it, or if everyone can. If everyone can control it, it's useless. Soon, someone voiced their concerns. That's right. If anyone can control it, then wouldn't it be like making a wedding dress for someone else? Many people agreed. Soon after, similar topics spread throughout the Zhou clan's auction square. Even Zhou Ji, who was on the auction stage, heard it. Everyone, there's no need to worry. The mysterious silver needs to be combined with an inscription formation to control the puppet. As long as the inscription master uses a little technique, only the person he designates will be able to command and control the puppet. Zhou Ji explained word by word in the face of the concerns of the people present. Many people's eyes lit up when they heard Zhou Ji's words. If that's the case, then this mysterious silver is indeed not bad. If it's not expensive, then we can buy it and play with it. There was no lack of inscription masters among the guests at the Zhou clan's auction square today. All of them looked at the mysterious silver in Zhou Ji's hand with gleaming eyes. If it was not for the fact that they did not have the confidence to obtain the mysterious silver, they would have rushed up to snatch it. To an inscription master, mysterious silver could be considered a treasure. Although the puppet they created might not be as powerful as them, it would not be of much help to them. However, when they thought about the fact that they could have a puppet by their side at any time and the puppet would obey them unconditionally as long as they gave an order, their hearts were filled with desire for the mysterious silver. Duan Lingtian was also filled with desire like them. With this mysterious silver, I'll be able to use the inscription formation I obtained in Qing Feng Palace. Duan Lingtian immediately thought of the gigantic wooden figure he encountered in Qing Feng Palace in Qing Feng Emperor Wu's secret treasure that was left behind by Emperor Wu. The gigantic wooden figure used the stone platform that was inscribed with a strange inscription formation as its core. It could combine the energy of the broken wood to form a powerful force. At that time, Duan Lingtian had put away the strange stone platform that was inscribed with the inscription formation because he coveted that inscription formation. Later on, Duan Lingtian wanted to use the inscription formation to combine the origin energy of a group of people to form a powerful force. He wanted to use the inscription formation to defeat the weak and defeat the strong. Unfortunately, imagination was beautiful, but reality was cruel. The impure origin energy that was nurtured in one's body couldn't be combined through the inscription formation. Only the pure origin energy in the origin stones could be combined through the inscription formation. In the past, Duan Lingtian had thought of creating a large number of puppets and combining them through the inscription formation to obtain a powerful force. However, puppets were puppets after all. Even if they were created by him, he could not command or control them. Due to this reason, he gave up on the idea. Perhaps, I'll only be able to use the inscription formation if I obtain the mysterious silver. This was the idea that had appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind in the past. At that time, he had searched through Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory and found out that as long as he merged the mysterious silver into the puppet, he would be able to command and control the puppet through the corresponding inscription formation. The corresponding inscription formation was a very simple inscription formation. Almost any inscription master on Cloud Continent could inscribe and set it up. However, although the inscription formation was simple, the mysterious silver was extremely rare. At the very least, Reincarnation Emperor Wu had never encountered the mysterious silver in his 2 lifetimes. I can't believe that I, Duan Lingtian, have encountered something that Reincarnation Emperor Wu had never encountered in his 2 lifetimes. It seems like my trip to Ataraxia City this time is not in vain. Duan Lingtian looked at the mysterious silver in Zhou Ji's hand. His eyes gleamed. I must obtain this mysterious silver. If an ordinary inscription master wanted the mysterious silver to bring out the puppet to show off, Duan Lingtian would definitely want the mysterious silver. In that case, the reason Duan Lingtian wanted the mysterious silver was to forge a powerful puppet. Even if an ordinary puppet was activated by a supreme-grade origin stone that was better than a high-grade origin stone, the strength it could unleash was limited. At most, it could only be compared to an ordinary void transformation stage martial artist. However, the inscription formation that Duan Lingtian obtained from Emperor Wu's secret treasure that was left behind by Emperor Wu and Qing Feng could combine the strength of a group of puppets to form an even more powerful force. Even if the origin energy that was on par with a martial monarch powerhouse was combined into a puppet, it could be unleashed through the inscription formation. At that time, coupled with the profundity fragment that I'll put into the puppet will possess strength that's on par with a martial monarch powerhouse. It'll be equivalent to a man-made martial monarch powerhouse. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Although it was difficult for 99% of the inscription masters on Cloud Continent to put the profundity fragment into the puppet and let the puppet cast the corresponding profundity, it was still a difficult problem to solve. However, this was not a problem for Duan Lingtian, who had merged with the memories of the Reincarnation Emperor Wu. Currently, I've accumulated quite a number of profundity fragments in my hands. I can definitely create a puppet with strength that's on par with a martial monarch powerhouse. However, I still need to obtain this mysterious silver before I can do that. Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with desire as he stared at the mysterious silver in Zhou Ji's hand. If he did not have the mysterious silver, it would be useless no matter how powerful the puppet was. It would not listen to his orders and would not be under his control. Dear guests, think about it. If you bring a puppet that listens to your orders and is under your control out the door one day, what kind of look would the others give you? Envy. They'll definitely look at you with envy. Zhou Ji held the mysterious silver in his hand as he continued to exaggerate the value of the current auction item as if it was a routine. I'm determined to get this mysterious silver. Let's see who has more origin stones. I don't lack origin stones. Try to compete with me if you can. As it turned out, Zhou Ji's exaggeration was very effective. In just a short while, many people were arguing until their faces turned red. Although the noise that rang in his ears showed that many people wanted the mysterious silver. However, Duan Lingtian did not care. Putting aside the fact that he had obtained a large number of high-grade origin stones from the bandits led by Gold Thug before he went to the Yin-Yang sect. When he became the sect leader of Ling Tian's sect and took over everything in the Yin-Yang sect, the high-grade origin stones in his hands had accumulated to hundreds of thousands. Apart from that, there were also many supreme-grade origin stones. The supreme-grade origin stones came from the high-grade origin stone lode that was originally controlled by the Yin-Yang sect and was now controlled by Ling Tian's sect. Of course, the production was very small, but they were all kept. Chapter 1174. With so many origin stones in his hand, Duan Lingtian did not feel any pressure when it came to bidding for the mysterious silver. The mysterious silver starts at 100 high-grade origin stones. Soon after, Zhou Ji announced from the auction stage and began to bid for the mysterious silver in his hand. 100 high-grade origin stones. The moment Zhou Ji's words left his mouth, someone made a bid. 200 high-grade origin stones. The moment the former's words left his mouth, someone else followed suit. It was obvious that the effect of the mysterious silver had attracted many people. 300 high-grade origin stones, 400 high-grade origin stones. More and more people made their bids. Soon after, the price of the mysterious silver was raised to 1,000 high-grade origin stones. However, the number of people bidding did not decrease at all, 1,100 high-grade origin stones. 1,200 upper-grade primordial stones. 100 high-grade origin stones, 2,200 high-grade origin stones. Sounds of bidding could be heard, but each time the price was increased by only 100 upper-grade primordial stones. It was fine in the beginning. However, in the end, it made Duan Lingtian feel a little frustrated, 10,000 high-grade origin stones. When someone made a bid of 3,200 high-grade origin stones, Duan Lingtian could no longer hold it in and made a bid in one go. Duan Lingtian's voice was not loud, but it drowned out the noise in the Zhou clan's auction square. 10,000 high-grade origin stones. The moment Duan Lingtian made his bid, he attracted many people's attention. Many pairs of eyes gathered on him from all directions. It's him. Soon after, many people recognized Duan Lingtian. It was the woman next to him who killed the young sect leader of True Martial sect earlier. The old man next to the young sect leader of True Martial sect was killed by him. Judging from the heaven and earth phenomenon formed by the heaven and earth energy when the old man next to the young sect leader of True Martial sect attacked, he must be at the 5th or 6th level martial monarch stage. However, such a person's full-powered sword was stopped by him with just a finger. His strength must be at the 7th level martial monarch stage at the very least. Many people whispered among themselves as they looked at Duan Lingtian with eyes filled with dread. After a long while, no one continued to bid. Perhaps they were frightened by the high price that Duan Lingtian quoted, or perhaps they were afraid of Duan Lingtian's powerful strength and didn't dare to bid. After Zhou Ji counted down from 3, Duan Lingtian successfully bid for the mysterious silver. Duan Lingtian took out 10,000 upper-grade origin stones and successfully exchanged them for the mysterious silver. Zhou Ji, the manager of the Zhou clan's auction square, personally delivered the item to him. What arrogance! If you have his strength, you can also put on such airs. Seeing this scene, many people sighed. Congratulations, sir. After Zhou Ji handed the mysterious silver to Duan Lingtian, he smiled and congratulated him. At the same time, he asked curiously, Sir, you and I can be considered acquaintances. May I know your name? You'll know soon enough. Duan Lingtian lifted his head and looked at the sky in the distance as though he had noticed something. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ji left awkwardly. He thought Duan Lingtian was unwilling to tell him. Whoosh! 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 After a while, a few ear-piercing sounds of wind whistling could be heard. The source of the wind whistling was in the direction Duan Lingtian was looking at. They came slower than I expected. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Everyone, including Zhou Ji, looked as though they were facing a formidable enemy. All of them looked at the source of the sound with fear in their eyes. After a while, 5 figures appeared. A middle-aged man was the leader among the 5 of them. The remaining 4 were old men who had 1 foot in the grave. Wu Jian. When Zhou Ji saw the middle-aged man in the lead, his expression turned grave. However, he did not seem surprised by the appearance of the person. It's Wu Jian, the young sect leader of true martial sect. Soon after, some of the guests in the Zhou clan's auction square recognized the leader of the 5 people. The young sect leader of true martial sect. Wasn't he killed just now? Many people were puzzled. The one who was killed just now is the other young sect leader of true martial sect. The current sect leader of true martial sect has 2 sons. The one who was killed is the younger son, and this is the elder son. I see. However, the other young sect leader of true martial sect sure came quickly. I heard that the young sect leader of true martial sect was originally the supervisor of the true martial sect's property in Ataraxia City. It's not strange that he came so quickly. Perhaps, the red-clad lady who killed his younger brother has limited strength. However, the purple-clad young man next to her is a powerhouse at the 7th level martial monarch stage or above. He didn't wait for the true origin sect's powerhouses and brought his men here. I'm afraid he's a little reckless. Reckless? I think you don't know. This young sect leader of true martial sect is a monstrous genius in the martial Tao. He had already broken through to the 7th level martial monarch stage 2 years ago. I see. Looks like we'll have a good show to watch today. The entire Zhou clan's auction square was bustling with noise and excitement. The group of guests was no longer bidding. Their eyes shifted to the 5 people in the sky and the man and woman in the pavilion not far away. The main characters today were none other than them. Wu Jian, the young sect leader of true martial sect. Duan Lingtian also learned about the person's identity from the discussion among the guests in the auction square. He could not help but mutter to himself, if the sect leader of true martial sect finds out that his 2 sons died in my hands. I wonder what kind of expression he'll have on his face. So, you're the ones who killed my brother and my true martial sect's elder. Soon after, Wu Jian, who was hovering in the sky, asked in a deep voice as his gaze swept over them. He instantly locked his gaze on Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. However, both of them had no intention of replying to him. Tianwu, you stay here. Leave him to me. Duan Lingtian greeted Tianwu, who was standing next to him. After he received Tianwu's reply, he stood up unhurriedly and walked out of the pergola. What? Are you going to abandon her and run away on your own? When Wu Jian saw this, he could not help but sneer. Although she's the one who killed my brother, if you didn't kill my true martial sect's elder, she would have been killed by my true martial sect's elder a long time ago. Don't even think about running away. Wu Jian's gaze was cold as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Run away. Upon hearing Wu Jian's words, Duan Lingtian, who had just walked out of the pavilion, could not help but be stunned. Did Wu Jian think that he was going to run away? On the auction stage, Zhou Ji stood there with a slightly strange expression on his face. Isn't Wu Jian underestimating him too much? He was well aware of the purple-clad young man's strength. In fact, the purple-clad young man was even stronger than him. However, he had no intention of warning Wu Jian. You're the brother of that good-for-nothing rich kid from earlier. Duan Lingtian did not leave as Wu Jian had expected. After he walked out of the pavilion, he rose into the air and stood opposite Wu Jian in just a blink of an eye as he asked calmly. Humph. Wu Jian snorted coldly. The surrounding air seemed to have turned colder. One could see how furious he was. Do you think you'll be able to make me run away? Duan Lingtian studied Wu Jian from head to toe for a while before he smiled faintly. From the beginning until the end, his expression was calm as though he would not bat an eyelid even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. Based on his words, it was as though he did not take Wu Jian seriously at all. "You're seeking death." Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's mocking words, Wu Jian's eyes turned even colder. His body emitted waves of chilling aura. He, Wu Jian, was the son of the sect leader of the true martial sect. He was the pride of the heavens. Since he was young, he had displayed an extremely monstrous innate talent and comprehension ability. In the end, he had skyrocketed all the way to the martial monarch stage and became a martial monarch powerhouse in his early 40s. Now, more than 10 years had passed, and he was already at the 7th level martial monarch stage. He had become one of the pillars of the true martial sect. Today, he had come to avenge his brother whom he doted on the most. However, he was humiliated by his enemy. He could no longer suppress his anger. He did not hold back at all. Boom! At the same time, the origin energy on Wu Jian's body skyrocketed. In just a blink of an eye, it transformed into a milky white flame that stirred the heaven and earth energy above his head. In just a short moment, it transformed into a heaven and earth phenomenon. An ancient black dragon silhouette appeared. It was so lifelike. The ancient black dragon's gigantic body was visually stunning. In just a short moment, the milky white flame changed. It had merged with a few other profundities. As Wu Jian lifted his hand, a 7-foot-long spear appeared in his hand. The long spear trembled and shot out a sharp spear ray like a dragon coming out of its cave. At once, the heaven and earth energy above his head stirred again. In the end, it gathered the strength of 3 ancient black dragons and 1,000 ancient horned dragons. Die! Without warning, Wu Jian shouted and charged toward Duan Lingtian with his spear. It was as though he had transformed into a bolt of lightning and disappeared in a flash. Boom! 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 Wherever Wu Jian passed by, the sound of air exploding could be heard. The rolling energy caused the airflow in the air to vibrate. Waves of invisible airwaves were stirred up and transformed into gusts of violent wind that swept through the entire Zhou clan's auction square. At once, the violent wind blew in the auction square and dust flew everywhere. However, the group of guests in the auction square did not leave the auction square because of this. Their eyes were fixed on the purple figure in the sky. They knew there was going to be a good show soon. Wu Jian, who was at the 7th level martial monarch stage, against the purple-clad young man who was at the 7th level martial monarch stage. Young sect leader. Wu Jian's attack was so fast that the 4 old men behind him did not even have time to react. When they finally regained their senses, they realized their young sect leader had already made his move. At this moment, although they were not confident, they could only brace themselves and charge forward. In terms of strength, the 4 of them were no match for Wu Jian. However, they were the elders of the true martial sect. Could it be that they were going to stand aside and do nothing when their young sect leader had already charged forward? Whoosh! Just when Wu Jian led the 4 old men and charged toward Duan Lingtian suddenly disappeared before their eyes, causing their storm-like attacks to miss. How fast! Chapter 1175. Whoosh! Like a gust of wind, the purple figure that disappeared from the encirclement of Wu Jian and the 4 old men reappeared in the sky above them. There he is. That's too fast. Even the young sect leader of true martial sect, a 7th level martial monarch, couldn't react in time. I'm afraid his cultivation base is not just at the 7th level martial monarch stage. I'm not sure about his cultivation base. However, the fact that he could disappear under Wu Jian's nose means that Wu Jian can't keep up with his speed. His strength is stronger than Wu Jian. The group of guests in the Zhou clan's auction square shifted their gaze to the sky above Wu Jian and the 4 old men. A purple-clad young man stood there. It was none other than Duan Lingtian. When Wu Jian and the four old men regained their senses and lifted their heads to look at the purple figure above them, horror dawned on them. His speed. How is it possible that he's so fast? Wu Jian's face turned grave. As a 7th-level martial monarch, he naturally knew what it meant to have such a fast speed. It meant that his opponent's strength was far more powerful than his. This was because speed was directly driven by one's strength. When he thought about how fast his opponent was and how difficult it was to catch him, he felt helpless. Young sect leader, I'm afraid we're no match for him. Let's return first and inform the sect leader before we make a decision. That's right, young sect leader. Where there's life, there's hope. There's no need to lose our lives in a moment of anger. Young sect leader, the sect leader will avenge little young sect leader. At this moment, the four old men next to Wu Jian tried to persuade him through voice transmission. They knew that if Wu Jian continued to be stubborn, he would not be the only one who would die. The four of them would die with him as well. For martial monarch powerhouses like them, nobody knew better than them how difficult it was to obtain their cultivation base. Due to this reason, they cared more about their own lives. Ah! Wu Jian's expression changed when he heard the four old men's voice transmission. In the end, he lifted his head and shouted as though he was venting his anger. Then, he said coldly, "Let's go." He was about to leave with the four old men when he finished speaking. Did I say all of you can leave? However, this sentence caused the five of them, including Wu Jian, to pause. Their expressions were ugly as they looked at the sky above them where the voice had originated from. The voice came from Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian stood there. His purple robe was similar to Feng Qingyang's, and he looked very elegant. Coupled with his almost perfect handsome face, he attracted the gazes of many women in the Zhou clan's auction house. What? You still want to keep us here? Wu Jian looked at Duan Lingtian and sneered. We're indeed weaker than you, but if you dare to touch us, you'll be making an enemy of the entire true martial sect. The true martial sect will definitely not let you off. Young man, although your strength is not bad, you're still lacking when compared to the powerhouses of our true martial sect. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't harm others and yourself. An old man beside Wu Jian added. Between his words, there was a trace of arrogance between his brows. True martial sect. Harm others and myself. Duan Lingtian smiled when he heard Wu Jian and the old man's words. It was a brilliant smile that sent chills down Wu Jian and the others' spines. What's he smiling about? At once, Duan Lingtian attracted the attention of everyone in the Zhou clan's auction house. Duan Lingtian's smile sent chills down their spines. Do you think he'll dare to kill Wu Jian and the others? I don't think so. I'm afraid the death of Wu Jia is enough to make the sect leader of the true martial sect fly into a rage. If Wu Jian dies as well, the sect leader of the true martial sect will lose his bloodline. I'm afraid he'll go completely crazy. Moreover, Wu Jian is only in his 50s, and he's already at the 7th level martial monarch stage. I heard he's already considered as the next successor to the sect leader of the true martial sect. If Wu Jian dies, not only will the sect leader of the true martial sect be enraged, but the entire true martial sect's high-ranking officials will be enraged as well. If he kills Wu Jia, only the sect leader of the true martial sect will interfere. However, if he kills Wu Jian, I'm afraid the true martial sect's strongest people will be enraged and attack him together. Due to this reason, I don't think he'll dare to kill Wu Jian. At most, he'll just scare him. I think so too. Discussions continued in the Zhou clan's auction house. Most people thought Duan Lingtian was trying to intimidate Wu Jian and the others by asking them to stay. He did not intend to kill them. However, there were two people who did not think so. One of them was naturally Feng Tianwu. The other person was Zhou Ji. Although Zhou Ji had only interacted with Duan Lingtian once, it was during that time that he realized how fearless this young man was. It was an arrogance that did not fear anyone. That's right. It's easy for you to make a move on us, but if you do, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Another old man behind Wu Jian said. The young sect leader is the next successor to the sect leader of the true martial sect. If you dare to make a move on him, you'll be making an enemy out of the entire true martial sect. At that time, you'll be hunted down by the entire true martial sect. Another old man said. Hunted down by the true martial sect. The smile on Duan Lingtian's face did not change as he muttered to himself, that sounds interesting. In that case, in order to make the true martial sect hunt me down, I can only sacrifice all of you. Soon after, Duan Lingtian changed the topic as he looked at Wu Jian and the others with killing intent in his eyes. The cold air emitted from his body seemed to have transformed into a cold wind that caused everyone in the Zhou clan's auction house to shudder involuntarily. As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and a 3-foot-long blade that was completely formed from 5-colored energy appeared and hovered next to him. Following that, as the air around his body vibrated, another 8 3-foot-long blades that were completely formed from 5-colored energy appeared. A total of 9 3-foot-long blades hovered around him. Oh no! When Wu Jian and the others heard Duan Lingtian's words, their expressions changed. Run! In the next moment, this was the only thought left in their minds. Whoosh! 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 Wu Jian took the lead, wanting to escape. The other 4 old men fled in different directions with all their might. Escape? Duan Lingtian smiled. Then, his eyes turned cold as he slowly uttered 5 words. 9 Tribulations Sword Manipulation Technique. As Duan Lingtian uttered the word, technique, the 9 3-foot-long blades that were formed from 5-colored energy around him disappeared into thin air before most people's eyes. Of course, they did not really disappear. They were so fast that many people could not react in time. So fast. On the auction stage, Zhou Ji could vaguely see the traces of Duan Lingtian's 9 swords. The 9 swords were so fast that he could not help but break out in cold sweat. His ability is indeed more powerful than mine. This was the first thought that came to Zhou Ji's mind. If I had attacked him when he killed Zhou Li, I'm afraid my outcome would be the same as Zhou Li's. He did not doubt this at all. The purple-clad young man before him had the ability to do so. Today, as long as the people at the Zhou clan's auction square lifted their heads, they saw a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. As the 9 3-foot-long blades that were formed from 5-colored energy around the purple-clad young man disappeared into thin air, Wu Jian and the other 4 old men who were about to flee paused in midair at the same time. Poof! 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 Soon after, 5 clouds of blood mist shot out from their bodies and bloomed. It was as though they had transformed into 5 gorgeous fireworks that were extremely eye-catching. In the next moment, Wu Jian and the other 4 old men fell head first. After flying for a distance due to inertia, they fell hard on the ground and became a few puddles of flesh and blood. Duan Lingtian stood in the air and watched the scene before him calmly. As for the 9 3-foot-long blades that had disappeared into thin air around him, they never returned. It was as though they had completely disappeared. The heaven and earth energy that was stirring in the air above his head also dissipated before it could form the heaven and earth phenomenon. It was as though it had never appeared. Silence. The entire Zhou clan's auction square was terrifyingly silent. At this moment, even if a needle was thrown to the ground, the sound would be heard clearly. Everyone's gaze landed on the purple-clad figure in the air. The purple-clad figure seemed to have become extremely tall and big in their eyes. It seems like I've underestimated him. The corner of Zhou Ji's mouth twitched violently. When the purple-clad young man dodged the attacks of Wu Jian and the other 4, he could already tell that the purple-clad young man was more powerful than him. However, he only felt that the purple-clad young man was slightly more powerful than him. Now that he had personally witnessed the purple-clad young man killing Wu Jian and the other 4 old men in the blink of an eye, he finally realized the difference between them. Even if it was me. If he wanted to kill me, I'm afraid he could kill me in an instant. Zhou Ji's heart skipped a beat. Fear still lingered in his heart when he recalled the incident that happened backstage. It was fortunate that he did not make a move at that time. Otherwise, he would not be standing here right now. He's the one who killed Zhou Li. Outside the Zhou clan's auction square, 2 figures stood on top of an inconspicuous building. They were both old men. At this moment, one of the old men was speaking slowly. His strength is at least at the 8th level martial monarch stage or even higher. However, I can't help but admire his courage. He actually dared to kill both of Wu Lai's sons consecutively. I wonder how angry Wu Lai would be if he found out about this. In the end, he said to the old man next to him, "Second elder, you're fast. Go to the true martial sect and inform Wu Lai about this." Wu Lai was the current sect leader of the true martial sect. At the same time, he was also the father of Wu Jia and Wu Jian, who were killed by Feng Tianwu and Duan Lingtian. Yes, clan leader. When the old man heard this, he responded and disappeared into thin air. It's a good thing that the Grand Elder hasn't come out from his closed-door cultivation yet. Otherwise, with his temper, he would have definitely attacked this young man. I wonder where this young man came from. Chapter 1176. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Duan Lingtian, who had killed Wu Jian and the other 4, descended from the sky and returned to Feng Tianwu's side in the pavilion as though nothing had happened. It was as though everything that had happened earlier was not his doing. At once, the crowd felt their scalps go numb. Who is he? He actually killed Wu Jian. Sect leader Wu Lai of the true martial sect has lost 2 of his sons consecutively. Once he finds out about this, I'm afraid he'll be so furious that he'll leave the true martial sect's estate immediately and rush to Ataraxia City. It's not just the sect leader of the true martial sect. Once the news of Wu Jian's death spreads, I'm afraid the other powerful old fellows in the true martial sect won't let this matter rest. Many people whispered among themselves as they broke out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. However, when they saw Duan Lingtian sitting in the pavilion with a calm expression on his face, it was obvious that the other people were more worried than him. Let the auction continue. Zhou Ji said loudly when he saw that the matter had come to an end. As for the 5 scattered corpses, the people from the Zhou clan's auction market were responsible for cleaning them up. At once, the crowd's attention in the Zhou clan's auction market shifted from Duan Lingtian to Zhou Ji. Zhou Ji was the host of the auction this time. The auction continued. However, during the bidding for the following items, many people would look at Duan Lingtian from time to time. It was as though they wanted to know if Duan Lingtian was interested in the items being auctioned. They were afraid that if they increased the price, it would displease this mysterious powerhouse and bring disaster upon themselves. On Cloud Continent, the strong were revered. They had no choice but to be cautious. If Duan Lingtian knew what they were thinking, he would definitely be speechless. He was here to participate in the auction, not to be a bandit. Besides, did he look like a bandit? When they saw Duan Lingtian was resting with his eyes closed and did not show any interest in the following items, the other guests in the auction market finally felt at ease and continued to bid. Time passed by quietly. One by one, the auction items were bought at high prices. Originally, the Grade 1 Spirit Saber in my hand was supposed to be the finale today. On the auction stage, Zhou Ji's voice was transmitted into the ears of all the guests in the auction house, causing a wave of disapproving hisses. A first-grade Spirit Saber. The finale? Manager Zhou Ji, are you joking? As soon as Zhou Ji finished speaking, someone could not help but make fun of him. Yes, Manager Zhou Ji. How can a mere grade 1 spirit weapon be qualified to be the finale of the large-scale auction that your Zhou clan's auction square holds every 3 months? It's a wise move for you to take it out to auction first. Not bad. A grade 1 spiritual artifact is precious. But in an auction like this, it's nothing. Many people said with a smile. Humph. Of course, there were also people who refuted the previous people's words. Don't forget that there were also 2 grade 1 spirit weapons that were auctioned by manager Zhou Ji earlier. However, those 2 grade 1 spirit weapons were auctioned early in the morning. Do you think the grade 1 spirit saber that was considered the finale by the Zhou clan's auction square is an ordinary grade 1 spirit weapon? The people who said these words had all thought it through carefully. So far, 2 grade 1 spirit weapons had been auctioned off in this auction. The grade 1 spirit saber in Zhou Ji's hand was the 3rd grade 1 spirit weapon. Zhou Ji said that this grade 1 spirit saber was the finale of the auction today. This meant that there must be something extraordinary about it. Manager Zhou Ji, is that so? Soon, many people began to ask. That's right. Zhou Ji nodded in the face of the gazes and said, the grade 1 spirit saber in my hand is a supreme grade 1 spirit weapon. Now, all of you should know why it's qualified to be the finale of the auction today, right? The moment Zhou Ji's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. Only the sound of heavy breathing could be heard. A supreme grade 1 spirit weapon. Naturally, they knew what it was. Only a grade 1 spirit weapon that had an 89% boost was qualified to be called a supreme grade 1 spirit weapon. In other words, the current auction item, the grade 1 spirit saber in manager Zhou Ji's hand, was a grade 1 spirit saber that had an 89% boost in strength. There was not much difference between a grade 1 spirit weapon that had an 89% boost in strength and an 88% boost in strength. At the very least, there was not much difference in a battle between martial artists. The difference in strength could be made up for with battle experience and martial skills. However, a grade 1 spirit weapon like this was a rare treasure to a grade 1 weapons craftsman. This was because a grade 1 weapons craftsman might be able to improve his weapon crafting skills by studying it. Due to this reason, a grade 1 spirit weapon like this was extremely valuable. Naturally, it was worth bragging about using a grade 1 spirit weapon like this. This was because grade 1 spirit weapons like this were extremely rare on Cloud Continent. As the saying went, a thing is precious when it is rare. This was the case. A grade 1 spirit weapon that has an 89% boost in strength? At this moment, even Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and looked at the grade 1 spirit saber in Zhou Ji's hand with interest. As someone who had merged with the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories and inherited the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's refining skills and experience, naturally, Duan Lingtian knew how difficult it was to refine a grade 1 spirit weapon that had an 89% boost in strength. I can't believe there's still someone in this world who can refine a grade 1 spirit weapon like this. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. When Duan Lingtian was looking at the grade 1 spirit saber in Zhou Ji's hand, the other people in the VIP area shifted their attention from the grade 1 spirit saber to Duan Lingtian. All of them wanted to bid for the grade 1 spirit saber. However, when they remembered that Duan Lingtian was here, they could not help but look at Duan Lingtian. They wanted to know if Duan Lingtian was interested in the grade 1 spirit saber as well. He's also looking at the grade 1 spirit saber. Don't tell me he's also interested in the grade 1 spirit saber. Isn't it obvious? Who dares to compete with him if he wants it? Aren't you wearing a mask? What are you afraid of? Do you think it makes a difference whether I'm wearing a mask or not to a powerhouse at his level? He can kill me as soon as I bid for the grade 1 spirit saber. That's true. The group of people in the VIP area discussed among themselves. In the end, those who were not wearing masks had a bitter expression on their faces. As for those who were wearing masks, their expressions could not be seen. However, all of them shook their heads and sighed. Their discussion entered Duan Ling Tian's ears in full detail, and it caused Duan Ling Tian to be speechless. He could not help but frown as he said, "All of you. Are you treating me like a bandit? Put aside the fact that I'm not interested in this broken saber, even if I was, I wouldn't use such a despicable method to snatch it. Moreover, if I wanted to snatch it, there's no need for the Zhou clan's auction fair to hold an auction. I'll just snatch everything," Duan Lingtian said. Everyone felt a little awkward when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, based on Duan Lingtian's words, they were certain that Duan Lingtian was not interested in the Grade 1 spirit saber. He even called it a broken saber. "Don't worry, everyone. This guest won't be interested in the Grade 1 spirit saber in my hand." Zhou Ji chimed in at this moment. As for the reason, he knew very well. Among the two auction items that replaced the Grade 1 spirit saber in his hand, one of them was a Grade 1 spirit weapon that was even more perfect than the Grade 1 spirit saber. That Grade 1 spirit weapon was the purple-clad young man who had put it up for auction. Naturally, the purple-clad young man would not be interested in this Grade 1 spirit saber. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words and Zhou Ji's words, everyone nodded one after another. They no longer had any concerns and stared at the Grade 1 spirit saber in Zhou Ji's hand like hungry wolves. "Now, let's begin the auction for the Grade 1 spirit saber in my hand that can provide an 89% boost in strength. The starting bid for this Grade 1 spirit saber is 3,000 high-grade origin stones." 3,000 high-grade origin stones. Duan Lingtian could not help but click his tongue when he heard Zhou Ji's words. In fact, the total value of all the materials used to refine a Grade 1 spirit weapon was only about 100 high-grade origin stones. Naturally, that was only the cost of the materials. It seems like the starting bid for the Grade 1 spirit sword that I put up for auction is even higher than this. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Just as Duan Lingtian was thinking about this, the Grade 1 spirit saber in Zhou Ji's hand had already been auctioned for 10,000 high-grade origin stones. Moreover, the price was still rising, 30,000 high-grade origin stones. 40,000 high-grade origin stones. Currently, the people who bid were basically the guests in the VIP area. The guests in the ordinary area had extinguished their bids one by one. These people can take out so many high-grade origin stones so casually. Duan Lingtian looked around the VIP area. His eyes shone brightly as they swept past everyone. He thought to himself, if I kill these people, wouldn't I be able to obtain a huge amount of wealth? However, Duan Lingtian only thought about it. He did not lack high-grade origin stones now. Just the Ling Tian sect that he controlled alone would mine hundreds of thousands or even millions of high-grade origin stones from the high-grade origin stone reserve that he controlled every year. As long as he was willing, he could mobilize more disciples in the Ling Tian sect to mine more high-grade origin stones. In the end, the Grade 1 spirit saber with an 89% amplification was auctioned off for 110,000 high-grade origin stones. Ha! Everyone, thank you for letting me win. The person who bid for the Grade 1 spirit saber was a white-haired old man wearing a mask. After he laughed, he took out a spatial ring that contained 110,000 high-grade origin stones and exchanged it for the Grade 1 spirit saber. Good saber. The old man was elated when he obtained the spirit saber. 110,000 high-grade origin stones. With this lousy saber, Duan Lingtian did not expect a Grade 1 spirit saber with an 89% amplification would be auctioned off for such a high price. When the Grade 1 spirit sword that I put up for auction comes out, won't it fetch an even higher price? Chapter 1177. At the same time, the group of people in the Zhou clan's auction square was also discussing the finale item. To be able to replace the supreme Grade 1 spirit weapon. It seems like the finale item in the Zhou clan's auction square today is no ordinary item. I'm very curious. What's the item that's better than the Grade 1 Spirit Saber that was sold for 110,000 high-grade origin stones? I'm really looking forward to it. The crowd looked at Zhou Ji with anticipation in their eyes. Some of them could not help but say, "Manager Zhou Ji, hurry up and take out the finale item in your auction square today." That's right. Stop keeping us in suspense. We're all waiting. Many people urged Zhou Ji. Everyone, please calm down. Our Zhou clan's auction square will naturally take out the finale item. However, I'm still thinking about which item should we auction first. Zhou Ji said. Which auction item? Many people were stunned when they heard Zhou Ji's words. Some of them reacted first and exclaimed, "Manager Zhou Ji, based on what you're saying, there's more than one finale item in the Zhou clan's auction square today." More than one finale item. At this moment, apart from Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu, everyone present was shocked. That's right. There's a total of 2 finale items in the auction today. Zhou Ji replied with a smile. 2. The moment Zhou Ji's words left his mouth, the sound of people inhaling sharply rose in the air. Since it's the finale item, it must be better than the Grade 1 Spirit Saber that can increase one's strength by 89%. In that case, the Zhou clan's auction square is going to take out 2 good items today. 2 items that are better than the Supreme Grade 1 Spirit Weapon. I'm really looking forward to it. Just thinking about it makes me excited. At this moment, many people were so excited that their bodies began to tremble. Alright. I've decided to auction the first Grade 1 Spirit Weapon among the 2 finale items. Zhou Ji, who was standing on the auction stage, announced under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Grade 1 Spirit Weapon. The moment Zhou Ji's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. Another Grade 1 Spirit Weapon? Manager Zhou Ji, could it be that you're mistaken? That's right. The finale item should be better than the Grade 1 Spirit Saber that was auctioned earlier, right? Soon, many people voiced their doubts. In their opinion, the Grade 1 Spirit Saber that was auctioned for 110,000 high-grade origin stones was already a Supreme Grade 1 Spirit Weapon. Among the Grade 1 Spirit Weapons, it could be considered as the Supreme King. Now, when they heard that Zhou Ji had replaced the Grade 1 Spirit Saber as one of the final 2 auction items, they naturally thought that Zhou Ji had made a mistake. Perhaps. In their eyes, they did not expect a Grade 1 Spirit Weapon that surpassed the Grade 1 Spirit Saber earlier would appear. Everyone, please calm down. If you have any questions after I finish introducing this Grade 1 Spirit Weapon, you can ask me. After calming everyone down, Zhou Ji raised his hand and took out a sword. It was the Grade 1 Spirit Sword that Duan Lingtian had put up for auction. At once, everyone in the Zhou clan's auction square shifted their attention to the Grade 1 Spirit Sword in Zhou Ji's hand. All of them were confused. I can't tell what's so special about this first-grade spiritual sword. Many people whispered among themselves. Everyone, the reason the Grade 1 Spirit Sword in my hand is able to suppress the Grade 1 Spirit Saber earlier and become one of the final 2 auction items today. Zhou Ji paused for a moment before he paused. At this point, Zhou Ji paused for a moment. He waited until he had whetted everyone's appetite before he continued, it's because it can increase one's strength by 90%. When Zhou Ji reached the end of his sentence, his tone became heavier. 90%. The moment Zhou Ji's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. Gulp. Gulp. Soon after, one could clearly hear the sound of people swallowing their saliva and inhaling sharply. A Grade 1 Spirit Weapon that can increase one's strength by 90%? Manager Zhou Ji, are you sure you're not joking? A middle-aged man in the VIP area asked solemnly. Dear guest, I think you must believe in our Zhou clan's auction square's reputation. That's why you're willing to pay such a high price to get a seat in the VIP area. Do you think our Zhou clan's auction square would lie to you? Zhou Ji still had a smile on his face when he was questioned. Manager Zhou Ji, that's not what I meant. I just feel that this is too unbelievable. The middle-aged man said awkwardly. Dear guest, if you have any doubts, you can come up and give it a try. Zhou Ji said. The moment the middle-aged man heard this, his eyes lit up. In the end, he looked at the young man who was much younger than him. Junior brother, go and give it a try. The young man nodded and immediately left the pergola to go up to the auction stage. My junior brother's cultivation base is at the 7th level void transformation. If he only uses his origin energy, it's equivalent to the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. If the sword in manager Zhou Ji's hand can really increase one's strength by 90%, then it's exactly the strength of 900 ancient horned dragons. The middle-aged man, who was the senior brother, said after the young man went up to the stage. For a moment, everyone looked at the young man in anticipation. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian watched the commotion in front of him calmly. He watched as the young man tested the grade 1 spirit weapon in Zhou Ji's hand. He watched as 900 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared next to the 1,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes above the young man's head. At the same time, an uproar broke out among the crowd. A grade 1 spirit weapon that could increase one's strength by 90% shocked everyone and made them go crazy. However, Duan Lingtian was happy when he saw these people going crazy. This meant that this group of people would go crazy and fight for his grade 1 spirit sword. However, his face turned gloomy again soon after. He noticed that many people in the VIP area were looking at him again. It was as though they were trying to see if he was interested in the grade 1 spirit sword. All of them were wary. Wary? He must get rid of that thought immediately. What a joke. He was the one who put the grade 1 spirit sword up for auction at the Zhou clan's auction square. If he could not sell it for a good price, he would be the one who would suffer the greatest loss. Why are all of you looking at me? I'm not interested in these lousy sabers and swords. Duan Lingtian said impatiently. He did not bother to say that he would not snatch the item that he had bid for. Lousy saber. Lousy sword. Many people's mouths twitched when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. They could not figure out if Duan Lingtian was telling the truth or not. A grade 1 spirit saber that could increase one's strength by 89% was considered the best grade 1 spirit weapon. However, he had regarded it as a lousy saber. Now, a grade 1 spirit sword that could increase one's strength by 90% that was even better than the grade 1 spirit saber was regarded as a lousy sword by him. In everyone's opinion, it was unbelievable that Duan Lingtian would say something like that. However, the crowd was certain of one thing. This fiend was not interested in the grade 1 spirit sword that was being auctioned. For a time, the sounds of breathing in the VIP area became hurried. Many people were waiting for the grade 1 spirit sword to be auctioned. Unlike the commotion during the auction of the grade 1 spirit saber earlier, the auction of the grade 1 spirit sword was exceptionally quiet now. The best grade 1 spirit weapon among the best grade 1 spirit weapons. A grade 1 spirit sword was such a grade 1 spirit weapon. Why should I buy this lousy saber? How good would it be if I had saved my origin stones to buy that sword? The old man who had won the bid for the grade 1 spirit saber earlier had a bitter smile on his face instead of a smug expression. Since he had spent 110,000 high-grade origin stones to bid for the grade 1 spirit saber, he no longer had enough origin stones to bid for the grade 1 spirit sword that was even more valuable. His heart was filled with regret. I won't say much about the value of this grade 1 spirit sword. Those who know will naturally know. Now, I announce that the grade 1 spirit sword will be auctioned off at 5,000 high-grade origin stones. Zhou Ji announced loudly as he stood on the auction stage. 5,000 high-grade origin stones. Compared to the starting price of the grade 1 spirit saber earlier, it was 2,000 high-grade origin stones more. Duan Lingtian was very satisfied with the starting price. He was so satisfied that a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. 10,000 high-grade origin stones. Soon after, someone yelled out loudly. How stingy. 50,000 high-grade origin stones. Another person bid. Do you think you're not stingy? 100,000 high-grade origin stones. The third person bid 100,000 high-grade origin stones. Humph. That lousy saber earlier was auctioned off at 110,000 high-grade origin stones. You guys bid for half a day, but you still can't surpass that lousy saber. How embarrassing. I bid 150,000 high-grade origin stones. Soon after, the fourth person bid loudly. Apart from the first person who bid, the second, third, and fourth people who bid were all from the VIP area. 150,000 high-grade origin stones. Duan Lingtian was shocked. He did not expect the grade 1 spirit weapon he casually refined would be auctioned off at such a high price. The materials he used to refine the grade 1 spirit sword were worth at most 80 to 90 grade 1 origin stones. The refining methods and experience that the rebirth martial emperor left behind for me is really an enormous fortune. Just by relying on this skill, I don't lack origin stones anymore. Duan Lingtian sighed emotionally. 300,000 high-grade origin stones. Initially, Duan Lingtian did not pay much attention to the voices in the surroundings. It was only when this loud and clear voice resonated in the air that it attracted his attention. It was not only because of the high price. It was also because of the person who bid the high price. The person who bid the high price was none other than Zhou Ji, who was on the auction stage. It was obvious he was bidding for the grade 1 spirit sword on behalf of the Zhou clan. The Zhou clan is really bold. Previously, when the price was only 190,000 high-grade primal stones, they directly bid 300,000 high-grade primal stones. Many people exclaimed. As expected, the grade 1 spirit sword was obtained by the Zhou clan. Chapter 1178. When the grade 1 spirit sword was bought by Zhou Ji on behalf of the Zhou clan at the sky-high price of 300,000 high-grade origin stones, the atmosphere in the Zhou clan's auction fair reached its peak. There's still one more item for the finale. The last auction item. Since manager Zhou Ji has arranged for it to be the last item to be auctioned off, it must have its own outstanding aspects. I'm really looking forward to it. In the Zhou clan's auction fair, many pairs of eyes were trained on Zhou Ji as they waited for the appearance of the last item. Zhou Ji did not disappoint the crowd. After putting the grade 1 spirit sword away, he took out a pill bottle. It was a pill bottle that looked extremely ordinary. Pill. Many people were disappointed when they saw the pill bottle. Pill. Even a grade 1 pill could not compare to a grade 1 spirit weapon in terms of value. Naturally, it was only a grade 1 pill with ordinary purity. I believe the pill that manager Zhou Ji has placed at the end of the auction is definitely not an ordinary pill, someone said. At the same time, he looked at Zhou Ji with an expectant expression. His words received the approval of many people. Everyone, there is a medicinal pill in the medicinal pill bottle in my hand. This medicinal pill is also the last item of our Zhou family auction house's auction today. It's also the finale. Zhou Ji said to the crowd as he stood on the auction stage and waved the pill bottle in his hand. A pill? Many people were shocked by Zhou Ji's words. It was still acceptable to use a bottle of pills with high purity as the finale. However, it was a little stingy to use a mere pill. This was what most people thought. However, they soon changed their minds. This was because Zhou Ji had introduced the pill. To be more precise, it was the grade 1 life recovery pill. A grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of 91%. Then, wouldn't its medicinal effect be a few times stronger than an ordinary grade 1 life recovery pill? After a moment of silence, many people exclaimed in shock. Manager Zhou. I wonder if you can take out the grade 1 life recovery pill for me to take a look. An old man wearing a mask in the VIP area stood up. Everyone, including Zhou, shifted their gazes to him. When he raised his hand, a wisp of purple flame with silver edges appeared in his hand. It was a grade 2 pill fire. Based on this, it could be seen that this old man was a grade 2 alchemist. The reason he made such a request was none other than because he did not dare to believe that a grade 1 pill with a purity of 91% existed, and he wanted to verify it himself. Although the Zhou clan's auction square had always had a good reputation and had never cheated anyone before, a grade 1 pill with a purity of 91% was just too ridiculous. He found it hard to believe. Of course. Zhou nodded. At the same time, he took out a grade 1 life recovery pill from the pill bottle and displayed it in front of the masked old man who had ascended the auction stage like a gust of wind. The masked old man looked at the first grade life recovery pill. After a short moment, his exposed eyes turned from curiosity to shock, and in the end, they were filled with shock. It's really a grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of 91%. Very soon, the masked old man's breathing became extremely hurried. At the same time, he couldn't help but cry out in alarm. His voice was filled with inexplicable shock. Upon hearing the masked old man's confirmation, the Zhou clan's auction square stirred again. If the grade 1 spirit sword that gave a 90% boost was for their own use, most people would not be willing to pay such a ridiculous price for it. However, this grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of 91% was enough for them to fight for it with all their might. A grade 1 life recovery pill was widely used as a healing pill. A grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of 91% was many times more powerful than an ordinary grade 1 life recovery pill. Although it was not at the level of reviving a dead person, it was not far from it. Such a pill could save a life at a critical moment. How could they not be moved by it? A person only had one life, and it would be gone if they died. So what if they had to spend all their wealth for their own life? Nobody knew when, but the Zhou clan's auction square fell into a dead silence. Only the sound of heavy breathing could be heard, causing the atmosphere to become heavy. At this moment, apart from Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu, everyone's attention was on the grade 1 life recovery pill in Zhou hand. No one was an exception. Tianwu, how much do you think this grade 1 life recovery pill that I put up for auction will be sold for? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile as he looked at Tianwu who was next to him. It won't be any lower than the sword earlier, Tianwu replied. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. It was as good as saying nothing. At the same time, the auction for the grade 1 life recovery pill that he put up for auction officially began. Dear guests, I'm sure I don't need to explain the significance of this grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of 91%. Let's begin the auction. The starting price is 10,000 high-grade origin stones. Zhou announced loudly on the auction stage. 100,000 high-grade origin stones. As soon as Zhou's words left his mouth, someone from the VIP area made a bid. At once, the people in the ordinary area shook their heads. They knew they no longer had the chance to make a bid. 200,000 high-grade origin stones. Soon after, a second person from the VIP area made a bid. 250,000 high-grade origin stones. The third person followed suit without any hesitation. It seems like I'll be able to break the price of that grade 1 spirit sword soon. A smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. If the materials required to refine a first-grade spiritual sword were only worth 100 upper-grade primal stones, it would be worth 100 upper-grade primal stones. In that case, the materials required to refine a cauldron of 10 grade 1 life recovery pills would only be worth a few dozen high-grade origin stones at most. However, a pill that could be refined using materials that were worth a few high-grade origin stones could be sold for hundreds of thousands of high-grade origin stones. This was a huge profit. 400,000 high-grade origin stones. A familiar voice resonated again. It was Zhou Ji who was bidding on behalf of the Zhou clan for the Grade 1 life recovery pill that Duan Lingtian put up for auction. The first bid was 400,000 high-grade origin stones. 450,000 high-grade origin stones. This time, someone followed suit immediately. 500,000 high-grade origin stones. Zhou Ji bid again, and only then was he able to suppress the crowd and obtain the final victory. He managed to bid for the Grade 1 life recovery pill in his hands. What a pity. I have limited high-grade origin stones with me. Otherwise, I'd definitely get this Grade 1 life recovery pill. Many people in the VIP area shook their heads and sighed. 800,000 high-grade origin stones. Duan Lingtian smiled brightly. In his opinion, the high-grade origin stones were too easy to come by. Of course, he also knew that all of this was because the two items he took out were existences that could only be chanced upon by luck in the eyes of others. As the saying went, the rarer something is, the more valuable it is. If you were to take out a dozen or 20 Grade 1 spirit swords or a few hundred Grade 1 life recovery pills, they would not be as valuable anymore. The auction held by our Zhou clan's auction square today has come to an end. Thank you for coming. Zhou Ji greeted the crowd with a smile on the auction stage. At once, many people stood up and prepared to leave. Hold on. At that moment, a voice suddenly resonated in the air. Although the voice was not loud, it was like a clap of thunder. Everyone, including Zhou Ji, was stunned as they turned to look at the source of the voice. It's him. A hint of dread could be seen in everyone's eyes when they saw the person. Naturally, the person that everyone was staring at was Duan Lingtian. Sir, is there anything else? Zhou Ji did not dare to slight Duan Lingtian as he asked respectfully. Earlier. The two items that I put up for auction at your Zhou clan's auction square were sold for a total of 800,000 high-grade origin stones. Now, shouldn't you give me the 800,000 high-grade origin stones? Duan Lingtian asked Zhou Ji under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Gasp! The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. Everyone was shocked. That sword and the Grade 1 life recovery pill were put up for auction by him. No wonder he said the sword was a lousy sword and had no interest in the Grade 1 life recovery pill. As it turns out, he was the one who put up the two auction items for auction himself. For a time, everyone present came to a sudden understanding. They finally understood why this maleficent existence hadn't bid for those two precious treasures that could only be chanced upon by luck. As it turned out, he was the one who put up the two rare treasures for auction himself. Sir, according to the rules of our Zhou clan's auction square, the auction proceeds will only be given to the person who put up the auction items for auction after the auction has ended. Zhou Ji was a little speechless when Duan Lingtian openly admitted that he was the one who put up the two auction items for auction in front of the crowd. Naturally, although he was speechless, he still explained patiently, moreover, I don't have that many high-grade origin stones with me. I'll have to return to our Zhou clan's mansion to get them. You still want to return to your Zhou clan's mansion to get them? What if you go back on your word? Duan Lingtian asked with a frown. Don't worry, sir. Our Zhou clan will never do anything that will ruin our reputation. Zhou Ji smiled wryly. Then hurry up and return to your Zhou clan's mansion to get them. I'll wait for you here. Also, please don't leave and be my witness. Duan Lingtian frowned and shifted his gaze to the crowd. After I've collected the 800,000 high-grade origin stones, I'll tell everyone about the origins of the Grade 1 spirit sword and Grade 1 life recovery pill that I put up for auction. Whoosh! The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, it caused a commotion. Today, the most unforgettable thing for the people present was undoubtedly the Grade 1 Spirit Sword that gave a 90% boost and the Grade 1 Life Recovery Pill with a purity of 91% that were bought by the Zhou clan. Many of them even felt that missing out on the sword and the pill today would become their lifelong regret. However, the person who put up the sword and the pill for auction said he would tell them about the origins of the sword and the pill. How could they not be shocked? How could they not be excited? Manager Zhou Ji, you should hurry up and return to the Zhou clan's mansion to get the high-grade origin stones. Chapter 1179. Manager Zhou Ji, why don't I lend you 300,000 high-grade origin stones first? You can return them to me later. I can't wait to find out the origin of the sword and the pill. An old man in the VIP area said to Zhou Ji. This old man had bid for the Grade 1 Life Recovery Pill earlier, but due to his limited wealth, he did not manage to win the bid. I have 200,000 high-grade origin stones here as well. I can lend them to the Zhou clan first. I believe in the Zhou clan's reputation. I can lend you 300,000 as well. Another 2 people chimed in. Just like that, 800,000 high-grade origin stones were gathered. It was obvious they were eager to find out the origin of the sword and the pill. Perhaps, they might even have a chance to obtain a Grade 1 Spirit Sword and a Grade 1 Life Recovery Pill like the sword and the pill. Just when Zhou Ji was speechless and did not know what to do, a voice resonated from the distance and was getting closer and closer. Thank you for your kind intentions. However, I don't think our Zhou clan needs to borrow high-grade origin stones from all of you. Accompanying the voice was a dignified old man. The old man walked in the air. Every step he took seemed to have merged perfectly with the heavens and the earth. From this, one could see how extraordinary the old man's cultivation base was. Clan leader. As soon as the old man appeared, Zhou Ji bowed respectfully at him. Clan leader. Everyone present was shocked and they heard Zhou Ji's words. It seemed that there was only one person who could be addressed as patriarch by Zhou Ji. It was Zhou Zheng, the clan leader of the Zhou clan in Ataraxia City. Greetings, clan leader Zhou. Greetings, clan leader Zhou. At once, everyone present greeted Zhou Zheng. Their voices were filled with reverence. Apart from being the clan leader of the Zhou clan, Zhou Zheng was also an extremely powerful powerhouse. It was said that he was at the 8th level martial monarch stage, and the profundity that he had comprehended was extremely powerful as well. Even in the entire Zhou clan, he was one of the best. Unlike the enthusiasm of the others, Duan Lingtian had a calm expression on his face when he looked at Zhou Zheng. It was as though the old man in front of him was not the leader of a first-rate force. Instead, he was just an ordinary old man. When Duan Lingtian was sizing up Zhou Zheng was sizing him up as well. Dear guest, I apologize on behalf of the Zhou family for what happened to Zhou Li, Zhou Zheng said with a smile. If apologies are useful, what's the point of a martial artist cultivating? Just as everyone was astonished by Zhou Zheng's apology to Duan Lingtian's reply nearly made them vomit blood. The dignified patriarch of a first-rate force, the Zhou clan, is apologizing to you, and you still don't appreciate it? This, Duan Lingtian's reply caused Zhou Zheng to be momentarily at a loss for words. It was a long while before he finally asked, what do you think, customer? I sold the 2 auction items at your Zhou clan's auction square for a total of 800,000 high-grade origin stones. How about this? Give me 1 million high-grade origin stones, and I'll accept your apology reluctantly. Duan Lingtian said. Black. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, before Zhou Zheng could react, this thought had already appeared in the minds of most of the people present. Although they did not know what kind of conflict Duan Lingtian had with the Zhou clan, they did not know. However, based on Duan Lingtian's words, he actually asked the Zhou clan to take out 200,000 high-grade origin stones as an apology. In their opinion, he was too greedy. To their surprise, when Zhou Zheng, the clan leader of the Zhou clan, regained his senses, he laughed and casually took out a spatial ring before he passed it to Duanling Tian. Here's 1,000,000 high-grade origin stones. Of which, 800,000 is what you deserve. As for the remaining 200,000, consider it as an apology. Zhou Zheng looked at Duanling Tian with a smile. Dear guest, now that you've buried the hatchet with our Zhou clan, I wonder if you can tell me your identity and origin. I'll tell you after I'm done inspecting it. Under Zhou Zheng's shocked and awkward gaze, Duanling Tian took the spatial ring that Zhou Zheng passed to him and performed a blood ownership claim on it before he carefully inspected it. That's right, it's 1,000,000 high-grade origin stones. After a long while, Duanling Tian finally nodded his head in satisfaction after he confirmed it. Duanling Tian's actions caused the corners of the surrounding people's mouths to twitch uncontrollably. Was this fellow worried that the clan leader of the Zhou clan would lie to him? My lord, now you should tell us the origin of the sword and pill that you put up for auction, right? Someone asked urgently when they saw Duanling Tian keeping the spatial ring that Zhou Zheng passed to him. For a time, apart from Feng Tianwu, everyone present, including Zhou Zheng and Zhou Ji, shifted their attention to Duanling Tian. It was obvious that they were curious about this. In their opinion, this would determine whether they would have the opportunity to obtain a rare treasure like the sword and pill in the future. In Zhou Zheng and Zhou Ji's opinion, this would determine the identity of the purple-clad young man in front of them. Of course not. Just when Duanling Tian was about to say of course not, he seemed to have noticed something. Not only did he interrupt himself, but he also looked at the sky in the east. Who's that? When Duanling Tian looked at the sky in the east, Zhou Zheng also noticed the commotion. His face darkened, and his robe fluttered even though there was no wind. A moment later, a figure wearing a silver-blue robe appeared. It was a sturdy old man with a curly beard. At this moment, the old man's face was dark, and his eyes were as big as copper gongs. It was as though they were going to spit fire. Zhou Zheng was stunned when he saw the curly-bearded old man. He's out of closed-door cultivation. Who killed my son, Zhou Li? Before Zhou Zheng could react, the curly-bearded old man had already arrived at the sky above the Zhou clan's auction square. His thunderous voice resonated in the air. It was filled with extreme anger. Zhou Li? Duanling Tian raised his eyebrows. He could guess the identity of the person who had just arrived. Previously, at the backstage of the auction, the Zhou clan's disciple who wanted to take his Grade 1 spirit sword and Grade 1 life recovery pill had his cultivation base crippled by him before he was killed by him. He still remembered. When he killed Zhou Li, Zhou Ji had mentioned that Zhou Li was the only son of the Zhou clan's Grand Elder. Therefore, the curly-bearded old man's identity was self-evident. The Zhou clan's Grand Elder. Grand Elder, why are you here? Zhou Zheng rose into the air and frowned as he looked at the Zhou clan's Grand Elder. Clan leader, even if I don't become the Zhou clan's Grand Elder today and leave the Zhou clan, I won't let the person who killed my son, Zhou Li, go. The Zhou clan's Grand Elder said angrily in a deep voice. He had just come out of closed-door cultivation today. As soon as he came out of closed-door cultivation, he learned that his son had been killed. At that moment, he felt his entire chest was filled with anger. It was difficult to suppress it. At that time, many of the Zhou clan's elders had told him the ins and outs of the matter. They even told him that the person who killed his son, Zhou Li, had an extraordinary background. However, when he saw his only son's corpse, how could the Zhou clan's Grand Elder, who had to bear the pain of having to send off his son before his death, swallow this anger? He immediately rushed to the Zhou clan's auction square. Grand Elder, why do you have to do this? Zhou Zheng did not expect the old man to be so resolute. He could not help but smile bitterly. Clan leader, even if his background is extraordinary, I'll still kill him today. After I kill him, I'll announce that I'm leaving the Zhou clan, and I won't implicate the Zhou clan. The Zhou clan's Grand Elder said in a deep voice, no matter what, I'll avenge my son. Grand Elder, what if I insist on stopping you? Zhou Zheng's expression turned solemn. In his opinion, today, it did not matter if the purple-clad young man was a match for their Zhou clan's Grand Elder. Once their Grand Elder made a move, the Zhou clan would be the one to suffer losses. If the purple-clad young man was not a match for their Zhou clan's Grand Elder, the Grand Elder would have no choice but to leave the Zhou clan and go on the run after killing the purple-clad young man. In that case, the Zhou clan would lose a powerhouse who was a pillar of support. If the purple-clad young man was more powerful than their Zhou clan's Grand Elder, their Zhou clan would still lose such a powerhouse after the Grand Elder died. For this reason, he only wanted to stop their Zhou clan's Grand Elder. Clan leader, you can't stop me. The Zhou clan's Grand Elder said as he glanced at Zhou Zheng indifferently. Grand Elder, regardless of whether I can stop you or not, I'll still try. If it's possible, I don't want the Zhou clan to lose you. Zhou Zheng took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. If that's the case, then I won't hold back. The Zhou clan's Grand Elder's eyes turned cold. His body flashed like the wind and shot towards Zhou Zheng like a bolt of lightning. His speed was so fast that most of the people present could not even catch a glimpse of it. In their eyes, the Zhou clan's Grand Elder had disappeared into thin air. The clan leader of the Zhou clan, Zhou Zheng, had also disappeared into thin air. Boom! 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 A series of rolling sounds of air exploding reverberated from the sky, causing waves of vast airwaves and setting off gusts of violent wind that raged in all directions. The violent wind raged and swept across the land, causing the robes of the group of people, including Duan Lingtian, to flutter in the wind. Why is the Zhou clan's Grand Elder fighting with the clan leader of the Zhou clan? Many people asked in surprise when they saw the silhouettes that appeared and crossed each other in the air. It seems like the Zhou clan's Grand Elder's son was killed. He's here to look for the person who killed his son. However, the person who killed his son seems to have an extraordinary background. At the very least, even the clan leader of the Zhou clan is wary of him. I heard it too. According to the Zhou clan's Grand Elder, even if he kills the person who killed his son, he'll still have to leave the Zhou clan. It's obvious that he's worried about dragging the Zhou clan into this. I wonder who that person is. Many people discussed among themselves. However, they did not know that the person they were talking about was standing right next to them. 9th level Martial Monarch stage. I'm afraid the clan leader of the Zhou clan is going to lose. The others might not be able to see the movements of the clan leader of the Zhou clan and the Zhou clan's Grand Elder, but it did not mean that Duan Lingtian could not. After watching for a while, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Almost as soon as his words left his mouth, two silhouettes appeared in front of him in the air. One of them was sent flying several dozen meters away. The remaining person stood there proudly. The Zhou clan's Grand Elder. Grand Elder. Why you've broken through to the 9th level Martial Monarch stage? Don't worry, I won't kill you directly. I'll torture you slowly. First, I'll make you wish you were dead before I let you die slowly. Only then will I be able to vent the hatred in my heart. When the Zhou clan's Grand Elder reached the end of his sentence, there was a hint of satisfaction in his tone. It was as if Duan Lingtian had already been tortured to death by him. That depends on whether you have the ability or not. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he said indifferently without taking it seriously. You'll find out soon enough. The Zhou clan's Grand Elder snorted coldly. The origin energy on his body skyrocketed like a milky white flame that soared into the sky. A few profundities followed him like shadows. In an instant, it was as though he had transformed into a cannonball that shot towards Duan Lingtian menacingly. Whoosh! When the Zhou clan's Grand Elder shot towards Duan Lingtian, a spiritual sword appeared in his hand. As his hand shook, he channeled all of his energy into the spiritual sword. The spiritual sword immediately trembled violently and let out a series of clear and ear-piercing sword chimes. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, tens of thousands of sword rays of various forms shot out in front of the Zhou clan's Grand Elder. They were like rain as they shot towards Duan Lingtian mercilessly. If he was hit, Duan Lingtian would definitely be pierced by the tens of thousands of swords and die. The speed of the tens of thousands of sword rays was even faster than the Zhou clan's Grand Elder. Thousand Light Myriad Sword Technique. As the clan leader of the Zhou clan, Zhou Zheng immediately recognized the sword skill that the Zhou clan's Grand Elder was using. It was a set of heaven-rank advanced sword skill that had been cultivated to perfection. Only the perfection stage of the Thousand Light Myriad Sword Technique could transform into tens of thousands of sword rays once it was unleashed. Dragon Soaring 9 Heavens. Faced with the Zhou clan's Grand Elder's storm-like attack, Duan Lingtian did not fight him head-on. Instead, he moved his body and seemed to have transformed into a divine dragon as he dodged the Zhou clan's Grand Elder's direct attack. Whoosh! 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 However, the heaven-rank advanced sword skill, the Thousand Lights and Myriad Swords technique, which was at the perfection stage, was naturally not easy to dodge. When Duan Lingtian executed his movement technique to dodge, the myriad of sword rays turned and chased after him. Whoosh! At this moment, the Zhou clan's Grand Elder had finally caught up. The heaven and earth energy above his head had now gathered into the heaven and earth phenomenon. There were 4 ancient black dragon silhouettes and over 3,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. At the 9th level martial monarch stage, his origin energy was equivalent to the strength of an ancient black dragon and 2,000 ancient horned dragon strength. The Grade 1 spirit weapon had an 87% amplification of the strength of an ancient black dragon and a few hundred ancient horned dragon strength. There were also a few scattered monarch stage profundities that were equivalent to the strength of 2 ancient black dragons and 1 ancient horned dragon strength when added together. Therefore, when the Zhou clan's Grand Elder unleashed his full strength, it was equivalent to the strength of 4 ancient black dragons and over 3,000 ancient horned dragon strength. That's pretty fast. Duan Lingtian, who executed the high-grade heaven rank movement technique, Dragon Soaring 9 Heavens, seemed to have transformed into a divine dragon as he dodged swiftly, and he quickly noticed the myriad of sword lights that were pursuing him from behind. When he saw the heaven and earth phenomenon above the Zhou clan's Grand Elder's head, a disdainful sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian stood rooted to the ground and allowed the tens of thousands of sword rays that were formed from the sword skill cast by the Zhou clan's Grand Elder to envelop him. What's he doing? Perhaps he thinks he can't avoid it, so he's waiting for his death. No way. If he dies, how are we going to find out the origin of the sword and the pill? In the Zhou clan's auction square, many people looked at Duan Lingtian worriedly. Naturally, they were not worried about Duan Lingtian's safety. Instead, they were worried that after Duan Lingtian died, they would completely lose the information about the origin of the sword and the pill that was auctioned off by the Zhou clan. At this moment, even Feng Tianwu, who was originally sitting in the pavilion, had stepped out. She looked at the sky and fixed her eyes on the purple figure that had stopped moving. Between her eyebrows, there was a hint of worry. Huh? At this moment, even the clan leader of the Zhou clan, Zhou Zheng, and the manager of the Zhou clan's auction square, Zhou Ji, frowned as they looked at Duan Lingtian in confusion. They did not know what Duan Lingtian was trying to do. If he stopped, the tens of thousands of sword rays were just inches away from him. It was almost impossible for him to launch a counterattack. Soon after, their eyes narrowed. The other people's eyes narrowed as well. Heavens! What did they just see? They saw the purple-clad young man standing there with a sword by his side. The sword had just appeared when it disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. At the same time, everyone could clearly see a layer of light shield rising around the purple-clad young man's body out of thin air. They could vaguely hear the sound of swift sword whistling in the air. It was obvious that it was a light shield formed by a sword net formed by swift sword rays. Whoosh! 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 The tens of thousands of sword rays finally arrived. Like rain, they fell on Duan Lingtian and landed on the layer of light shield that rose around Duan Lingtian's body. Boom! 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 The tens of thousands of sword rays fell on Duan Lingtian, creating a series of loud noises and waves of airwaves that turned into gusts of strong wind. However, they still could not break the layer of light shield on Duan Lingtian's body. How's this possible? Upon seeing this, the Zhou clan's Grand Elder was completely dumbfounded. Disbelief was written all over his face. He did not expect this at all. His son's murderer could easily block his attack even though he had broken through to the 9th level martial monarch stage after closed-door cultivation and had become the strongest person in the Zhou clan. How powerful! Is he using a defensive martial skill? Yes. Moreover, it's a defensive martial skill that's combined with a spirit sword. It's extremely brilliant. Many people in the Zhou clan's auction square discussed among themselves. All of them looked at the purple-clad young man who was shrouded in the translucent five-colored light shield with reverence in their eyes. Although they knew the purple-clad young man was powerful, they did not expect him to be this powerful. In the face of a 9th level martial monarch stage powerhouse who had unleashed his full strength with the strength of 4 ancient black dragons and over 3,000 ancient horned dragons, not only was he not afraid, but he even used a defensive martial skill to block his opponent's full strength attack. Moreover, he managed to block all of his opponent's attacks. Whoosh! At this moment, the heaven and earth energy above Duan Lingtian's head also showed signs of gathering into the heaven and earth phenomenon. Just as everyone was looking over. The light shield around Duan Lingtian's body dissipated, leaving only a sword in his hand. As for the heaven and earth phenomenon, it dissipated again before it could form. Many people were disappointed when they saw this. Did you just say, you're going to slowly torture me to death? Chapter 1181. The Zhou clan's Grand Elder's face turned pale when he heard Duan Lingtian's sarcastic words. However, he did not respond. The reason he came here so aggressively and wanted to kill Duan Lingtian, the person who killed his son, was mostly because he had just broken through to the 9th level martial monarch stage in closed-door cultivation. He was almost blindly confident in his own strength. He thought it would be easy to kill Duan Lingtian. It was only now that he realized he was wrong. Terribly wrong. Even if he had broken through to the 9th level martial monarch stage, he was still no match for the person who killed his son. His opponent had only used a defensive martial skill to block his full-force attack. He knew very well what this meant. It meant there was a huge gap between his strength and his opponent's strength. If his opponent's strength was only slightly stronger than his, it would be impossible for him to block his full-force sword skill so easily with just a defensive martial skill. Although I'm a 9th level martial monarch stage martial artist, I haven't comprehended even one 9th level monarch stage profundity. My strength still has a lot of room for improvement. Looking at Duan Lingtian, the Zhou clan's Grand Elder's heart skipped a beat. His eyes gleamed brightly. Where there's life, there's hope. I'll look for him to avenge my son after I've improved the few profundities that I've comprehended. The Zhou clan's Grand Elder thought of retreating when he thought of this. Body and sword flash. Without warning, the Grade 1 spirit sword in the Zhou clan's Grand Elder's hand shook before he tossed it behind him with all his might. It shot out like a bolt of lightning in a ferocious manner. Everyone, including Duan Lingtian, was stunned. The Zhou clan's Grand Elder's body shook, and his speed suddenly increased to the maximum. He caught up with the Grade 1 spirit sword that had not reached its maximum speed yet. He held onto it and allowed it to carry him away. Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of many people, the Zhou clan's Grand Elder disappeared after his Grade 1 spirit sword disappeared into thin air. However, in the eyes of Duan Lingtian, Zhou Zheng, and a few others, the Zhou clan's head elder had thrown out a Grade 1 spirit sword with all his might before using it to escape. To be able to escape at such a high speed with the amplification of a spirit artifact, it was none other than the high-grade heaven-class movement martial skill of the Zhou clan's Great Elder, Body Sword Flash. It was far stronger than the average movement technique. Escaped? When the Great Elder of the Zhou clan disappeared into thin air, everyone present also faintly guessed this point, and all of them had strange expressions on their faces. Just now, when the first elder of the Zhou clan came, he came in a menacing manner. Who else could it be but me? But now, he was fleeing. There was a strong contrast between before and after. Trying to escape. Facing the scene before him, Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a disdainful sneer. Dragon traversing 9 heavens. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a divine dragon. Wherever he passed, there would be a series of sword-whistling sounds. It was the quasi-royal grade spirit sword that opened a path for him. As the last set of movement martial skill that came with the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, Dragon Soaring 9 Heavens was also the most brilliant movement martial skill. It could also be performed with the help of a spirit artifact. Therefore, Duan Lingtian's current speed was driven by the strength of 4 ancient black dragons and 9,000 ancient horned dragons. Compared to the Zhou clan's Grand Elder's strength of 4 ancient black dragons and over 3,000 ancient horned dragons, it was much stronger. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian blocked the Zhou clan's Grand Elder's path. You! How can you be so fast? Looking at the purple-clad young man standing before him, the Zhou clan's Grand Elder's face changed drastically, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. In his opinion, he had already used the amplification of a spirit artifact to escape at full speed. Logically, it was impossible for him to be caught up. Do you think only your movement martial skill can use the amplification of a spirit artifact? Duan Lingtian seemed to be able to see through the Zhou clan's Grand Elder's thoughts and asked him back. At that moment, the Zhou clan's Grand Elder's face changed drastically. No wonder he could catch up with him. It turned out that his movement martial skill could also use the amplification of a spirit artifact. One must know that there were differences even among heaven-class advanced movement martial skills. There was a world of difference between those that could use the amplification of a spirit artifact and those that could not. I'll fight it out with you. Realizing that it was impossible for him to escape from the purple-clad young man in front of him and that he was no match for him, the Zhou clan's Grand Elder was completely disheartened. At the same time, he roared and attacked Duan Lingtian with all his might. Fight it out with me? Are you even worthy? Faced with the Zhou clan's Grand Elder's roar and his figure that was charging at him at lightning speed, Duan Lingtian had a disdainful look on his face. He raised his hand and casually swung his sword to deflect the spirit sword in his opponent's hand. Whoosh! Subsequently, Duan Lingtian approached the Zhou clan's Grand Elder like a ghost. His other hand formed a palm and landed on the Zhou clan's Dantian as though it was assisted by God. No! Upon seeing this, the Zhou clan's Grand Elder realized something. Horror dawned on his face as he shouted loudly. Bang! Unfortunately, it was useless no matter how loud he shouted. Duan Lingtian's palm landed and easily crippled his Dantian, causing him to follow in his son's footsteps. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian carried the Zhou clan's Grand Elder like an eagle carrying a chick and returned to the Zhou clan's auction square. It only took a blink of an eye for him to bring the Zhou clan's Grand Elder back. Clan leader Zhou, this person wanted to kill me. Now that I've crippled his cultivation base. I'm sure the Zhou clan won't have any objections if I kill him, right? Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly as he looked at the clan leader of Zhou clan, Zhou Zheng. He was carrying the Zhou clan's Grand Elder in his hand. Energy kept surging out of his hand and destroyed the profundity that the Zhou clan's Grand Elder was communicating with. Although the Zhou clan's Grand Elder's cultivation base was crippled, it was only his origin energy that was crippled. The profundity that he had comprehended was still there. Although Zhou Zheng's expression was grave, he did not say anything. At this moment, he did not dare to say that the Zhou clan had any objections. Did he not see that the other party had crippled their Zhou clan's Grand Elder? Their Zhou clan's Grand Elder was originally one of the best in the Zhou clan. Their strength was on par with each other in the past. However, now that their Zhou clan's Grand Elder had broken through to the 9th level martial monarch stage, he had become the strongest person in the Zhou clan. Even so, he was still crippled by this purple-clad young man before him. He did not doubt it at all. If he dared to say that the Zhou clan had any objections now, the Zhou clan would be attacked like a storm. Therefore, for the sake of the Zhou clan, he could only choose to remain silent. It seems like clan leader Zhou has no objections. When Duan Lingtian saw that Zhou Zheng remained silent, he knew that he had made his stand clear. With a lift of his hand, he threw the Zhou clan's Grand Elder away. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian extended his hand. An invisible energy extended out and transformed into an invisible hand that grabbed the Zhou clan's Grand Elder's neck and lifted him up. Cough. Cough, the Zhou clan's Grand Elder's bearded old face was flushed red. Due to the discomfort in his throat, he could not stop coughing. Today, your son, Zhou Li, is also like you. After I crippled his dantian, I lifted him up by the neck like this. Duan Lingtian looked at the Zhou clan's Grand Elder calmly and said indifferently. Even the way you struggle is the same. As expected of father and son. Naturally, the Zhou clan's Grand Elder could not hold it in when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, he could not finish his sentence because he was being choked. All he could do was glare at Duan Lingtian furiously. What about me? Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold as he said in a clear voice, I came to the Zhou clan's auction square today to auction 2 items. However, your son, Zhou Li, not only did he want to take the items that I put up for auction, but he even wanted to kill me. It's fine if he wants to kill me, but why can't I kill him? What a joke. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, a mocking smile appeared on his face. Whoosh! At this moment, the people in the Zhou clan's auction square finally understood the ins and outs of the matter. The items that the Zhou clan's Grand Elder's son wants to take must be the sword and the pill, right? What a big appetite he has. He dares to take the auction items that are worth 800,000 high-grade origin stones. Isn't he afraid of bursting himself? If we let him have his way, I'm afraid we won't even know that such a grade 1 spirit sword and grade 1 life recovery pill exist in this world. As the people discussed among themselves, they were filled with righteous indignation. Earlier, you said that you're going to torture me to death slowly. Originally, I shouldn't have let you die so easily. However, I've always respected the old and loved the young, so I'll send you on your way and let you reunite with your son. Duan Lingtian stared coldly at the Zhou clan's Grand Elder as he spoke slowly. When the people present heard this, the corners of their mouths twitched. How the F***ck could this be called respecting the old and loving the young? When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he suddenly retracted his hand. The invisible hand immediately tightened. Crack! A crisp sound resonated in the air. The Zhou clan's Grand Elder's neck was crushed. His head tilted to one side, and he was no longer breathing. He was dead. A 9th level martial monarch stage powerhouse had died just like that. However, a 9th-level martial monarch stage martial artist like the Zhou clan's Grand Elder could only be considered as the weakest among the group of 9th-level martial monarch stage powerhouses on Cloud Continent. Compared to other 9th-level martial monarch stage powerhouses, he was not even worth mentioning. Whoosh! Whoosh! Duan Lingtian lifted his hand and put away the Zhou clan's Grand Elder's spatial ring and the profundity fragment in his body. Only then did he casually throw the Grand Elder away, allowing his body to fall to the ground and smash into a pile of minced meat. Silence. The scene fell into a dead silence again. Everyone's eyes fell on Duan Lingtian in unison. They were shocked by his strength. He could even kill the Zhou clan's Grand Elder who had broken through to the 9th-level martial monarch stage. Who exactly is he? This was the same question in everyone's mind. Tian Wu. After Duan Lingtian put away the Zhou clan's Grand Elder's spatial ring and profundity fragment, he looked at the red-clad lady standing outside the pavilion, Feng Tianwu. Whoosh! Upon hearing this, Feng Tianwu rose into the air under everyone's watchful eyes. In just a moment, she arrived next to Duan Lingtian. Sir, you haven't told us the origin of the sword and the pill that you put up for auction. At this moment, someone mustered up the courage to ask. At this moment, everyone could see that the purple-clad young man in front of them had called his companion to his side. It was obvious that he was preparing to leave this place. I said I'd tell all of you, so of course, I'll tell all of you. Chapter 1182. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. They looked at him expectantly. Even Zhou Zheng, the clan leader of Zhou clan, and Zhou Ji, the manager of Zhou clan's auction square, were no exception. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian said slowly, the Grade 1 Spirit Sword and Grade 1 Life Recovery Pill that I'm auctioning are from my sect, Lingtian Sect. Lingtian Sect. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, other than himself and Feng Tianwu, everyone present was stunned. Naturally, they were no strangers to the Lingtian Sect. The Lingtian Sect used to be the Yin-Yang Sect. First, it went through a great change and was renamed by its first sect leader in almost 1,000 years. Is it the Lingtian Sect whose sect leader is Duan Lingtian? Soon, someone could not help but ask. The sect leader of Lingtian Sect was a young powerhouse called Duan Lingtian. Everyone present was familiar with this name. I'm Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian replied calmly in the face of this question. Boom. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. Everyone, including Zhou Zheng, the clan leader of Zhou clan, could not help but tremble. Shock was written all over their faces. This purple-clad young man was the sect leader of Lingtian Sect, Duan Lingtian, who was the talk of the town recently. No wonder. No wonder he's so powerful. So he's the sect leader of Lingtian Sect. Zhou Zheng looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze as realization dawned on him. In the past, when the Lingtian Sect was still the Yin-Yang Sect, he was not afraid even if the peak masters of Yin Peak and Yang Peak personally came. This was because his strength was not inferior to theirs. But now, the leader of the Lingtian Sect gave him an inexplicable pressure that made it hard for him to breathe. This pressure came from the powerful strength of the other party. Even the Grand Elder of the Zhou clan who had broken through to the 9th-level martial monarch stage was killed by the sect leader of sect Lingtian. One could imagine just how powerful the sect leader of sect Lingtian was. Perhaps, even if the other party wanted to destroy the Zhou clan, it would be easy. He's the sect leader of the Lingtian Sect, Duan Lingtian. No wonder he's so strong. So it's the sect leader of the Lingtian Sect who's been the talk of the town lately. The others also came to a sudden realization. Some of the women even looked at Duan Lingtian with infatuation in their eyes. Zhou Li, is really unlucky. I can't believe he actually provoked such a fiend. Zhou Ji sighed to himself. Even in his dreams, Zhou Li would never have imagined that one of the two guests he received would be the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect who had been the talk of the town lately. If Zhou Li knew about this, he would not have dared to covet the two auction items even if he was beaten to death. What a joke! Those were the auction items that the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect had put up for auction. The sect leader of the Ling Tian sect was rumored to be able to kill the former peak master of the Yang peak of the Yin Yang sect without using any spirit weapon. The former peak master of the Yang peak of the Yin Yang sect had a strength that was not inferior to the clan leader of the Zhou clan. Sect leader Duan, did the sword and the pill that you put up for auction really come from your Ling Tian sect? At this moment, the clan leader of the Zhou clan, Zhou Zheng, looked at Duan Lingtian and asked solemnly, "As far as I know, your Ling Tian sect doesn't have any grade 1 weapons craftsmen or alchemists." Clan leader Zhou, are you sure you're talking about our Ling Tian sect and not the original Yin Yang sect? In the face of Zhou Zheng's question, Duan Lingtian asked back. Zhou Zheng remained silent. Right now, I'm sure all of you have the same question as clan leader Zhou. If that's the case, I'll answer all of you at once. Duan Lingtian looked down at the surroundings and said loudly, "The sword and the pill came from my Ling Tian sect's grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists." Whoosh! Although they were mentally prepared, they could not help but be shocked, and they heard Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect, admit it himself. On top of that, I hope all of you can help me spread a message. Soon after, Duan Lingtian continued to speak. At once, everyone's eyes were focused on Duan Lingtian. Some of them even asked impatiently, "May I ask, sect leader Duan, what do you want us to spread?" From today onward, the Ling Tian sect will open its doors wide to accept grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists. Seeing that it was about time, Duan Lingtian announced loudly, "All grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists who join the Ling Tian sect will be given guidance to improve their weapons and medicine refining standards." Duan Lingtian did not elaborate on who the guidance was. However, everyone present could guess what was going on. The sword and the pill that the Zhou clan bid for earlier was undoubtedly the best explanation. Whoosh! Whoosh! Before most of the people could react, 2 gusts of wind whistling sounded. Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu had disappeared without a trace. It was obvious that they had left. It seems like our Zhou clan's auction fair today is just a wedding dress for Duan Lingtian. Zhou Zheng smiled wryly. If he still could not see the intention of Duan Lingtian coming to their Zhou clan's auction fair to auction the sword and the pill, he would have lived for so many years in vain. The sword and the pill were just bait. His ultimate goal was still the grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists who were eager to improve their weapons crafting and medicine refining skills. Unlike Zhou Zheng, the other people were more concerned about whether the Ling Tian sect would sell another grade 1 spirit weapon and grade 1 pill like the sword and the pill that was auctioned off earlier. No matter what, the news that the Ling Tian sect had a weapon craftsman who could refine grade 1 spirit weapons with a 90% boost and an alchemist who could refine grade 1 pills with a 91% purity spread out just like that. Not only that, but the Ling Tian sect also recruited grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists from the outside. Any grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists who joined the Ling Tian sect would be able to receive guidance. If an ordinary sect dared to announce that they were recruiting grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists, they would undoubtedly be ridiculed to death. However, the Ling Tian sect was different. The Ling Tian sect was a sect that could take out grade 1 spirit weapons with a 90% boost and grade 1 pills with a purity of more than 90%. If one did not believe it, one could go to the Zhou clan in Ataraxia City to take a look. The Zhou clan had a grade 1 spirit sword and a grade 1 life recovery pill from the Ling Tian sect. From this day onward, grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists would visit the Zhou clan's mansion every once in a while. The Zhou clan had to spend a lot of effort to receive them. However, those grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists left in a hurry after seeing the sword and the pill that the Zhou clan obtained. They completely ignored the clan leader and the Zhou clan's elders who were trying to get close to them. Everyone in the Zhou clan hated the Duan Lingtian sect to the core because of this. This was because the Duan Lingtian sect had made use of them. Of course, this was all in the future. After leaving the Zhou clan's auction square, Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu returned to the Lingtian sect at an extremely fast speed. It was as though they had transformed into two bolts of lightning. The most important thing that you brought me out to do was what happened earlier. Ever since she lost her memory, it was rare for Feng Tianwu to take the initiative to speak to Duan Lingtian. That's right. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. I wanted to use them to advertise the grade 1 spirit sword and grade 1 life recovery pill. With Xiong Quan, Gold Thug, and the rest, I believe we can deceive many grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists in a short period of time. Is it really just deceiving? Feng Tianwu blinked her beautiful eyes and asked. Of course, it's not just deceiving. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said with a serious expression, as long as the weapons craftsmen and alchemists are willing to join the Lingtian sect, as long as they're willing to learn, I'll teach them everything I know. Of course, it's up to them how much they can learn. As someone who had merged with the reincarnation Emperor Wu's 2 reincarnations memories, he knew very well how difficult it was for a grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists to improve. Without outstanding innate talent, it was almost impossible to improve. The word outstanding here referred to being outstanding among a group of grade 1 blacksmiths and alchemists, surpassing most of the grade 1 blacksmiths and alchemists. Feng Tianwu nodded lightly. Apart from the Lingtian sect, I'm sure you have other motives for recruiting grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists? Feng Tianwu asked softly all of a sudden as though she had recalled something. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded and did not deny it. Whether it's recruiting grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists this time or the fact that I intentionally spread my name out last time. It's all for the sake of finding Ke and Little Fei. A grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists had a wide network that was unimaginable to ordinary people. With their help, Duan Lingtian believed he would be able to find the 2 girls faster. As for spreading his name out, it was also because he hoped the 2 girls would know that he had come to the inner land and come to the Lingtian sect to reunite with him. They must be very outstanding, right? Feng Tianwu said softly. I've told you about them in detail before. However, you've forgotten about it after you lost your memory. Duan Lingtian smiled and introduced Ke and Li Fei to Feng Tianwu again. When he mentioned the 2 girls, the gentleness in his eyes did not fade at all. Feng Tianwu could tell how important Ke and Li Fei were to Duan Lingtian just by listening. I really want to meet them. In the end, Feng Tianwu said softly. There'll be a chance. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. Soon after, both of them returned to the Lingtian sect. Duan Lingtian immediately went to look for Luo Ping. Vice sect leader Luo, bring some disciples and prepare a place to stay. It's best if we can open up a platform halfway up the mountain and build some pavilions on it. Sect leader, are you and Miss Tianwu going to stay there? Luo Ping nodded and could not help but ask at the same time. It's not just us. The main thing is to prepare new members for our Lingtian sect. Duan Lingtian smiled and said. New members? Luo Ping was stunned. She had no idea what Duan Lingtian was talking about. You'll know soon enough. Chapter 1183. Go and prepare. Time is a little tight, so you'd better finish it as soon as possible. Duan Lingtian said to Luo Ping with a solemn expression. Yes, sect leader. Luo Ping nodded. After bidding farewell, she prepared to leave. After Luo Ping left, Duan Lingtian walked around Lingtian Peak and studied his surroundings carefully. A sincere smile appeared on his face as he looked at the sect that was on the right track. In the beginning, he had no interest in becoming a sect leader and taking charge of a sect. However, he now felt a sense of accomplishment. No wonder so many people desire to succeed and become the leader of a force. As it turns out, the feeling of standing at the top and controlling everything is so comfortable. Looking at Lingtian Peak before him, Duan Lingtian's eyes gradually blurred. This was the sect that he controlled. Lingtian sect. One day, I'll let everyone on Cloud Continent know about the existence of Lingtian sect. I believe that day won't be far away. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly like two stars that seemed to illuminate everything. After a while, Duan Lingtian left. However, he did not return to his residence. Instead, he went to look for the Yu brothers, who were the other two vice-sect leaders of Lingtian sect. Sect leader. When they saw Duan Lingtian, the Yu brothers bowed respectfully. They did not dare to be negligent. I'm looking for you to help me gather some materials. Duan Lingtian said to the Yu brothers. Please tell us, sect leader. The Yu brothers nodded immediately. Then, Duan Lingtian reported a pile of materials and asked the Yu brothers to search for them in the Lingtian sect's warehouse. If they could not find them, they would search outside. I need these materials urgently. Gather them as soon as possible. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his face turned solemn. Don't worry, sect leader. The Yu brothers solemnly vowed. Ever since the Yin-Yang sect changed its name to the Lingtian sect, although they had become the vice-sect leaders of the Lingtian sect, they were mostly ignored. Looking at Luo Ping, who was always by sect master's side, their hearts were filled with anxiety. Now that the sect leader had finally asked them to do something, they naturally didn't dare to be careless. They were determined to do their best to gather the materials for the sect leader in the shortest time possible. Go. Duan Lingtian nodded. Yes. The Yu brothers respectfully responded and left. Like two streaks of lightning, they disappeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Once they've gathered all the materials, I'll be able to refine puppets without restraint. When a group of puppets powered by supreme-grade origin stones are combined together to form a composite puppet, I wonder how powerful it will be. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat, his eyes filled with anticipation. The moment he bid for the mysterious silver in the Zhou clan's auction square, he had already made up his mind. He would refine a group of puppets and combine them with the inscription formation he obtained from Emperor Wu's secret treasure. The combined puppets would be able to unleash extremely powerful origin energy. Coupled with the profundity fragments embedded in their bodies, they would be comparable to a martial monarch powerhouse. Most importantly, Duan Lingtian could easily control them through the mysterious silver. I'm sure a grade 1 weapon craftsman or alchemist will come knocking on my door in a few more days. After retracting his thoughts, Duan Lingtian shifted his attention elsewhere as he muttered to himself. To Duan Lingtian's surprise, a grade 1 weapon craftsman came knocking on his door the next day and asked to see him. A magnificent palace stood in the middle of Lingtian Peak halfway up the mountain. This used to be the main hall of the Yin-Yang sect's Yin Peak. Now, it had successfully become the main hall of the Lingtian sect. There were two people in the main hall today. One of them was dressed in purple and sat in the main seat. It was Duan Lingtian. Standing below Duan Lingtian was a middle-aged man dressed in plain clothes. The middle-aged man's face was full of stubble. It seemed like he had not groomed himself for a long time. You're a grade 1 weapon craftsman. Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man and asked nonchalantly. You're the sect leader of the Lingtian sect. Although the middle-aged man was dressed sloppily, his eyes were as bright as the stars as he sized up Duan Lingtian. Interesting. Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man deeply. That's right, I'm the sect leader of the Lingtian sect. Chi. When the middle-aged man raised his hand, his actions revealed his identity. Of course, it was not just his actions. The main thing was that a wisp of golden-edged purple flame appeared in his palm, indicating his identity. Grade 1 Weapon Flame. You're going to join my Ling Tian sect. To become a Grade 1 weapon craftsman in my Ling Tian sect? Duan Ling Tian asked with a gleam in his eyes. Even after confirming that the middle-aged man was a Grade 1 weapon craftsman, he did not show any strange expression. It was as though the person standing in front of him was just an ordinary person. Duan Lingtian's attitude surprised the middle-aged man. When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, the middle-aged man said calmly, "As long as I can confirm that your Ling Tian sect has a weapon craftsman who can refine a Grade 1 spirit weapon that can increase one's strength by 90%, I'll stay." Confirm. Duan Lingtian smiled. You didn't go to the Zhou clan to take a look? I did. But that doesn't mean anything. The middle-aged man said again. Oh. Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man deeply and asked, "What's your name?" If your Ling Tian sect allows me to stay, I'll naturally tell you. If not, what's the point of me telling you? The middle-aged man said coolly. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Then, he looked at the middle-aged man deeply and said, "How do you want our Ling Tian sect's Grade 1 weapon craftsman to prove himself? He'll refine a Grade 1 spirit weapon right in front of you. If that's the case, then it'll be great." The middle-aged man nodded. His eyes were shining brightly. Whoosh! Soon, the middle-aged man's expression changed slightly. This was because he realized that the sect leader of Ling Tian's sect who was sitting in the main seat had disappeared. This was not the main point. The main point was that a gust of cold wind was blowing towards him. This meant that the sect leader of Ling Tian's sect was coming for him. Why? Are you scared? Duan Ling Tian stood steadily in front of the middle-aged man and asked mockingly. What do you want? Looking at the purple-clad young man who was so close to him, the middle-aged man's face turned pale. What do I want? Don't you want me to prove myself? Duan Lingtian smiled brightly. Take out your Grade 1 spirit weapon. Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man and said. The middle-aged man was stunned when he heard this. Although he had many doubts in his heart, he still took out a folding fan. The folding fan looked strange. It only had a fan frame and no fan face. However, it was a Grade 1 spirit weapon. A Grade 1 spirit weapon that provides an 89% boost. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he took the folding fan. How? How? How did you know? The middle-aged man's eyes widened when he saw Duan Lingtian saying his folding fan was a Grade 1 spirit weapon that could provide an 89% boost the moment he touched it. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, it was as though he had seen a ghost. However, Duan Lingtian ignored the middle-aged man's question. Chi! Duan Lingtian flipped his palm and a raging flame shot out from his palm. It was a dark golden flame. As soon as the dark golden flame appeared, the middle-aged man's face regained its calm. Then, he stared at the flame in Duan Lingtian's hand as though he was possessed. Soon after, Duan Lingtian threw the folding fan into the dark golden flame that shot out from his palm. In just a few breaths, the folding fan turned into a pool of liquid. This is a weapon flame that's more advanced than a Grade 1 weapon flame. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed as he exclaimed in a low voice. The reason why he said this was because even if it was a first-grade weapon flame, it would still take a quarter of an hour to burn his first-grade spiritual fan to this extent. However, the dark golden flame in front of him only took a few breaths to melt his folding fan into a pool of liquid. Whoosh! 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 In the next moment, his gaze was completely attracted by Duan Lingtian's actions. Duan Lingtian was reforging the Grade 1 spirit fan with the intention of increasing its amplification ability. With a raise of his hand, Duan Ling Tian casually displayed a profound weapon refinement technique, causing the middle-aged man to be dazzled. When had he ever seen such a profound weapon refining technique? At this moment, he seemed to have forgotten everything. In the world in his eyes, there was only that pair of slender hands that were constantly changing, constantly displaying artifact refining techniques that made him gasp in amazement. Duan Ling Tian seemed to be focused on weapon refining, but he could still spare some time to look at other things. He saw the middle-aged man's exaggerated expression. If you're already so shocked now, won't you be even more shocked later? A mocking smile appeared on the corner of Duan Ling Tian's mouth. Time passed by quietly. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the pool of liquid had transformed into the prototype of the folding fan. There was still a long way to go before it could be refined back to its original form. Another hour passed by. At this moment, the folding fan had completely returned to its original form. Whoosh! As Duan Ling Tian withdrew his hand, the dark golden flame in his hand extinguished and the folding fan landed firmly in his hand. It's done. Looking at the folding fan in his hand, a satisfied smile appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face. Although the folding fan in front of him looked the same as before, he knew that there was an earth-shattering change under its unchanged appearance. Take it. Duan Ling Tian raised his hand and threw the folding fan to the middle-aged man. Yes, yes. The middle-aged man came back to his senses and caught the folding fan in a fluster. Then, he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a burning expression. Sect leader Duan, what grade are you as a weapon refiner? You should be above grade 1, right? We'll talk about this later. First, try the spirit fan that I've reforged for you. Duan Ling Tian said indifferently. Okay. Hearing this, the middle-aged man took a deep breath. Then, the origin energy in his body surged and poured into the spirit fan in his hand. In an instant, the spirit fan shone brightly. Chapter 1184. Currently, above the middle-aged man's head, there was an ancient black dragon silhouette and 9,200 ancient horned dragon silhouettes circling around there. They were lifelike and brought about a visual shock to the onlookers. 7th level martial monarch stage. Duan Ling Tian was shocked. He did not expect the person before him to not only be a grade 1 weapons craftsman, but he was also a powerful martial monarch powerhouse. Looks like I've found a treasure today. Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat. At the same time, a smile crept up the corner of his mouth. In the entire Ling Tian sect, only Luo Ping, Yu Ping, and Yuan were at the 7th level martial monarch stage or above. Even he was only at the 4th level martial monarch stage. Of course, this was only referring to his cultivation base. In terms of combat strength, even if Luo Ping and the 3 Yu brothers joined forces, they would still not be a match for him. However, someone at the 7th level martial monarch stage or above was still considered a powerhouse. If he could join the Ling Tian sect, it would undoubtedly be a great help to the Ling Tian sect. How? How did you do it? The middle-aged man looked at Duan Ling Tian. He could not suppress the excitement on his face. He still could not regain his senses when he recalled the scene earlier. Now, are you willing to join the Ling Tian sect? Duan Ling Tian looked at the middle-aged man calmly. However, he did not answer his question. Instead, he asked a question of his own. Yes. Yes. The moment Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, the middle-aged man immediately nodded. He did not dare to hesitate at all. What a joke. The person before him was someone who could refine a grade 1 spirit weapon that could amplify one's strength by 92%. Although he was considered one of the best among the grade 1 weapons craftsmen, he could not be compared to the person before him at all. Now that he had the opportunity to stay in the sect where the person before him belonged to and receive guidance from him, he naturally would not miss such a good opportunity. Unless he was an idiot. Very good. The Ling Tian sect welcomes you. When Duan Ling Tian received the middle-aged man's reply, a bright and sunny smile bloomed on his face. Zhang San greets sect master. Only then did the middle-aged man recall the identity of the person in front of him in the Ling Tian sect. Hurriedly, he bowed and reported his name at the same time. At the same time, Zhang San's heart was filled with shock. The purple-clad young man before him was the sect leader of Ling Tian's sect, Duan Ling Tian. He had long heard about this. In addition, he had also heard that the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect was very powerful. What a joke! He was able to kill Yang Hong, the former peak master of Yang Peak of the Yin Yang sect, without using any spirit weapon. He was also able to kill the Grand Elder of Zhou clan in Ataraxia City in just a blink of an eye after he had made a breakthrough to the 9th level martial monarch stage. With such strength, how could he not be strong? That was fine. What Zhang San found hard to accept was that the sect leader of sect Ling Tian before him was actually a weapons craftsman. Moreover, he was a weapons craftsman that surpassed grade 1 weapons craftsman. Initially, I thought someone with such a young appearance who possessed such powerful strength was a powerful demon. Now, it seems like he's actually a human. Or perhaps, he's a variant. Zhang San guessed to himself. It was almost impossible for a demon to become a weapons craftsman, let alone a weapons craftsman that surpassed grade 1 weapons craftsman. Zhang San. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's self-introduction, Duan Lingtian's gaze became a little strange. He did not expect a 7th level martial monarch stage powerhouse and a grade 1 weapons craftsman would actually give him such a casual name. If our Ling Tian sect has another Li Si, you guys can be together. Duan Ling Tian joked. Zhang San and Li Si. It was a natural name. However, what Duan Ling Tian did not expect was that the moment his words left his mouth, Zhang San's face turned serious as he asked in surprise, "Sect leader, you know that I know Li Si? Is there really a Li Si?" The corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. He had only casually mentioned it earlier. That's right. Zhang San nodded in all seriousness. Li Si is a fellow from the neighboring village. That year, he and I went out to explore the world together, and by chance, we had a fortuitous encounter. Since then, I became a weapons craftsman, and he became an alchemist. Zhang San finished his sentence in one breath. What grade of alchemist is he? Duan Lingtian asked curiously as his eyes gleamed brightly. Grade 1 alchemist. Zhang San said, if that fellow knows that there's someone in the Ling Tian sect who can refine grade 1 pills with 91% purity, he'll definitely rush to the Ling Tian sect as soon as possible. However, unfortunately, that fellow has been in closed-door cultivation recently to break through to the 7th level martial monarch stage. He said he won't come out of closed-door cultivation if he can't catch up to me. Zhang San felt helpless when he reached the end of his sentence. In that case, if he comes out of closed-door cultivation, he'll be willing to join our Ling Tian sect? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. As long as he can obtain the guidance of the grade 1 alchemist in our Ling Tian sect, I think he'll definitely come. Although that fellow's alchemy skills are stronger than many grade 1 alchemists, he's only refined 3 pills with a purity of 85% and above in his entire life, and none of them were grade 1 pills, Zhang San said confidently. When he reached the end of his sentence, he purposely introduced Li Si in detail to Duan Lingtian. 3 pills with a purity of 85% and above? Looks like his alchemy skills are quite high. In that case, the fortuitous encounter that both of you had back then is not simple at all. Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Zhang San. His wise gaze seemed to be able to see through everything. Zhang San felt guilty when he saw this. Not bad. Reincarnation Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian suddenly opened his mouth and these two words came out of nowhere. Ah! Zhang San instantly cried out in a low voice when he heard this, and at the same time, he had a surprised expression as he stared at Duan Lingtian as if he'd seen a ghost. You! How did you know? Zhang San believed it. There was absolutely no third person who knew about the place he and Li Si encountered back then. Because he and Li Si had once sworn under the tribulation oath, the 99 heavenly tribulation, that they would not tell a third person about anything related to that place. Yet now, when he heard Duan Lingtian's words, he could no longer suppress the shock in his heart. Because the place he and Li Si encountered was left behind by the Emperor Wu with the title of Reincarnation Emperor Wu, and it was a cenotaph. A cenotaph referred to the place where Emperor Wu casually left behind some inheritances, and it was not the place where Emperor Wu was buried. Of course, if it was in the words of Emperor Wu himself, it was a game he made out of boredom. Whereas those who were able to smoothly pass the game would be able to obtain many benefits. Looks like you found the cenotaph north of Flowing Wind City. Duan Lingtian said. You've been there as well. Zhang San sucked in a breath of cold air. Could it be that the sect leader of sect Ling Tian in front of him had also been there before, and that was why he had such a powerful weapon refining technique? That's right. Although the weapon refining technique that the other party displayed earlier was marvelous, there seemed to be some traces of the weapon refining technique that he had mastered. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head lightly. No. Zhang San obviously did not believe it. I can be considered as the successor of Reincarnation Emperor Wu. I know almost everything that he knows. He did not leave behind many things in that cenotaph, but it's rare for you to be able to achieve what you have today. Duan Lingtian casually made up an identity for himself. As he spoke, there was a hint of admiration in his tone. Earlier, he had guessed that Zhang San and Li Si's fortuitous encounter was the cenotaph left behind by Reincarnation Emperor Wu because of the achievements that Zhang San and Li Si had obtained after the fortuitous encounter. Of course, there were other aspects as well. For example, when he had first obtained the folding fan in Zhang San's hand, he had discovered a familiar mark on it, but he did not dare to confirm it. The successor of Reincarnation Emperor Wu. Zhang San's eyes narrowed, and at the same time, he hurriedly bowed to Duan Lingtian. Greetings, senior brother. Senior brother. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang San with a spurious smile. If I'm not wrong, the cenotaph left behind by the rebirth martial emperor clearly stated that the person who obtained the inheritance he left behind wasn't considered his disciple, right? Even so, in my heart, I still respect Senior Reincarnation Emperor Wu as my master. Please forgive me for not knowing your identity earlier, senior brother. Zhang San bowed again as he spoke. His tone was filled with sincerity. Seeing that Zhang San insisted on addressing him as senior brother, Duan Lingtian did not say anything else. Perhaps, Zhang San would be more obedient and stay in the Ling Tian sect because of this. This was a good thing, not a bad thing. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian seemed to have recalled something. He asked, the Grade 1 Spirit Saber that gave an 89% boost at the Zhou clan's auction squares auction previously must have been made by you, right? Although he did not carefully observe the Grade 1 Spirit Saber that day, a Grade 1 Spirit weapon that gave an 89% boost was extremely rare. How could it be refined by just any Grade 1 weapon craftsman? Since Zhang San was the first to visit him, it was obvious that he had come from nearby. Due to this reason, he guessed that the spirit saber must have been made by Zhang San. I'm sorry to have embarrassed myself in front of you, senior brother. Zhang San smiled awkwardly. Although he was not at the Zhou clan's auction square that day, he had heard that the Grade 1 spirit saber that he had refined, which was supposed to be the finale of the auction, was replaced by 2 other auction items. In the beginning, he was still a little unconvinced. However, when he found out what the 2 auction items were, he completely lost his temper. For this reason, he personally went to the Zhou clan to verify. When he confirmed that the grade 1 spirit sword that the Zhou clan had won could give a 90% boost, he immediately rushed to the Ling Tian sect. However, he did not expect that the person who could refine such a heaven-defying grade 1 spirit weapon in the Ling Tian sect was Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect, himself. What made him even more surprised was that Duan Ling Tian's master was the same as his, the reincarnation Emperor Wu. However, he knew very well that what Duan Ling Tian had learned was not something he could compare to. This could be seen from the fact that Duan Ling Tian was able to refine a grade 1 spirit weapon that gave a 92% boost. Does this mean Li Si obtained the medicine refinement Dao's inheritance that the reincarnation Emperor Wu left behind? Duan Ling Tian asked. Yes. Chapter 1185. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard this. He did not expect this at all. The cenotaph left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu in his second life had been discovered. Most importantly, the benefits left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu had been taken away by someone else. According to the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, the cenotaph was the only cenotaph that contained the weapon refinement and medicine refinement legacy. Naturally, only the legacy of a grade 1 weapon craftsman and alchemist were left behind. There was no mention of the existence of a quasi-royal grade weapon craftsman, alchemist, or even a royal grade weapon craftsman and alchemist. Everyone had their own selfish motives. Moreover, the reincarnation Emperor Wu was once the one and only royal grade weapon craftsman and alchemist. It was impossible for him to share everything he had with others without holding anything back. You guys are pretty lucky. Duan Ling Tian looked at Zhang San and smiled. No matter how lucky I am, I can't compare to you, senior brother. Zhang San's actual age was at least 20 to 30 years older than Duan Ling Tian. However, when he faced Duan Ling Tian, it was as though he was facing his own elder. He was extremely humble. Even so, he did not feel unnatural at all. In the weapon refinement Dao, the one who was more skilled would always be the first. Senior brother, the weapon flame that you condensed earlier. It must be a weapon flame that's more advanced than a grade 1 weapon flame, right? Zhang San asked as he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a gleam in his eyes all of a sudden. The dark golden flame that appeared in Duan Ling Tian's hand earlier only took a few breaths to melt his grade 1 spirit fan into a puddle of liquid. It was much more powerful than his grade 1 weapon flame. That's right. Duan Ling Tian did not deny it. The weapon flame that he condensed earlier was indeed a weapon flame that was more advanced than a grade 1 weapon flame. It was a quasi-royal grade weapon flame. It was also because of the quasi-royal grade weapon flame that he could refine and reforge a grade 1 spirit weapon that had an 89% amplification to a grade 1 spirit weapon that had a 92% amplification. Although it was overkill to refine a first-grade spiritual artifact with a quasi-royal grade artifact flame, it was extremely effective. It seems like there's an even higher grade of weapon craftsman above grade 1. Senior brother, I didn't expect you to have such attainments in weapon crafting. Even Senior Emperor Wu at his peak couldn't compare to you now, right? Zhang San sighed. His words made Duan Lingtian's cheeks burn. He knew that the reason Zhang San said this was because Zhang San didn't know anything about Emperor Wu. Perhaps, in Zhang San's eyes, the reincarnation Emperor Wu was only a grade 1 weapons craftsman and a grade 1 alchemist. As for quasi-royal grade weapon craftsmen, alchemists, and even royal grade weapon craftsmen and alchemists, Zhang San had never even heard of them. As long as you work hard, you will be able to reach my current level sooner or later. Duan Ling Tian said. As long as senior brother is willing to guide me, I believe that I can reach senior brother's current level. Zhang San smiled, hinting at something. Don't worry. Since you've joined the Ling Tian sect, putting aside the fact that we're related to the reincarnation Emperor Wu, even if we weren't, I won't hide anything from you. Duan Ling Tian said solemnly. Thank you, senior brother. Zhang San was overjoyed when he heard this. He quickly bowed to express his gratitude. I'm sure there will be more grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists coming to our Ling Tian sect in a few days. At that time, I'll let you lead a group of grade 1 weapons craftsmen. Duan Lingtian said to Zhang San, I hope you won't disappoint me at that time. Thank you for thinking so highly of me, senior brother. I won't disappoint you. Zhang San replied with a serious expression. Duan Lingtian nodded. The reason he made such a decision was because Zhang San's attainment in the weapon refinement Dao was far from what ordinary grade 1 weapons craftsmen could compare to. All grade 1 weapons craftsmen were proud and arrogant. If one wanted to convince them, one would have to crush them in the weapons refinement Dao so that they would be convinced wholeheartedly. Zhang San was undoubtedly an extremely good candidate. When will Li Si come out of closed-door cultivation? Apart from that, Duan Lingtian also wanted to let Li Si lead a group of grade 1 alchemists. According to Zhang San, Li Si's attainment in the medicine refinement Dao was far beyond ordinary grade 1 alchemists. It shouldn't take long. Zhang San said. That's good. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he moved and shot out of the main hall. Follow me. I'll ask Vice Sect Leader Luo to find a place to settle you down temporarily. After settling Zhang San down, Duan Lingtian returned to his room to cultivate. After cultivating for 3 days, many grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists came one after another. These weapons craftsmen and alchemists came because of Duan Lingtian's reputation. After Duan Lingtian demonstrated his attainment in the weapon refinement Dao and medicine refinement Dao, the group of weapons craftsmen and alchemists decided to stay. As weapons craftsmen and alchemists, at their level, they pursued the next level in the weapon refinement Dao and medicine refinement Dao. Staying in the Ling Tian sect was undoubtedly the best opportunity. The group of weapons craftsmen was led by Zhang San. The group of alchemists was temporarily led by him. It was worth mentioning that after Duan Lingtian demonstrated his powerful weapon refinement Dao, he also demonstrated his powerful medicine refinement Dao. This had shocked everyone, including Zhang San. Variant. The sect leader must be a variant. At this moment, the group of grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists, including Zhang San, only had this thought in their minds. They did not think Duan Lingtian was not human. He looked to be around 25 years old, and his cultivation base was suspected to be at the 9th level martial monarch stage. He cultivated both weapons and alchemy at the same time, and he had achieved monstrous achievements in both. In their eyes, such an existence could only be a variant. Moreover, he was a variant among variants. Because of this, Duan Lingtian successfully attracted the group of grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists to stay with him. There were a total of 13 people in this group of weapons craftsmen and alchemists. Of course, as long as the Ling Tian sect continued to recruit grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists, this number would continue to increase. Even if the progress was slow, it would still accumulate to an extremely terrifying number after a long period of time. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap seemed to have been ruthlessly slapped on the faces of the group of elders and disciples of the Ling Tian sect who had doubted Duan Lingtian's words. It was exceptionally loud. The group of elders and disciples of the Ling Tian sect still remembered this. Some time ago, Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the Ling Tian sect, had said in front of them that he would trick grade 1 alchemists and grade 1 weapons craftsmen into joining the Ling Tian sect. At that time, they thought the sect leader was just bragging. However, reality gave them a resounding slap. At the same time, it shut them up completely. The true martial sect was a sect that had existed for thousands of years. It was currently a first-rate force. It stood in a vast canyon. The canyon was lush with greenery, and it was like spring all year round. It gave off a peaceful and tranquil feeling when one was in the canyon. However, on that day, the true martial sect had received an uninvited guest. An old man covered in dust descended from the sky. His speed was so fast that the patrolling disciples in the sky above the true martial sect did not notice him at all. Sect leader Wu Lai, Zhou Hua from the Zhou clan requests an audience. Soon after, a loud voice resonated in the canyon, alarming everyone in the true martial sect. Zhou Hua. Many of the true martial sect's elders and disciples were astonished. They were no strangers to Zhou Hua. Zhou Hua was the second elder of the Zhou clan in Ataraxia City. He was one of the few powerhouses above the 7th-level martial monarch stage in the Zhou clan. His strength was so strong that only a few people in the true martial sect could compare to him. Elder Zhou Hua. Soon after, a middle-aged man dressed in fine clothes accompanied by a white-haired old man appeared in front of Zhou Hua, the second elder of the Zhou clan. Elder Zhou Hua, is there anything you need from the true martial sect? The middle-aged man dressed in fine clothes looked at Zhou Hua and asked with a smile. Sect leader Wu Lai. When Zhou Hua saw the middle-aged man dressed in fine clothes, he did not dare to be negligent and quickly returned the greeting. Wu Lai was the sect leader of the true martial sect. He was one of the most powerful people in the true martial sect. Sect leader Wu Lai, before I tell you this, I hope you're mentally prepared. Suddenly, Zhou Hua's expression turned solemn as he reminded Wu Lai. After Zhou Hua's reminder, Wu Lai had an ominous feeling in his heart. Horror dawned on his face as his gaze turned solemn. He asked in a deep voice, Elder Zhou Hua, what do you want to tell me? Sect leader Wu Lai, both of your sons died in Ataraxia City before I came here. After Zhou Hua finished speaking in one breath, he sighed again. My condolences. Boom. The moment Zhou Hua's words left his mouth, it was as though a bolt of lightning had struck from the sky. It struck Wu Lai so hard that he could not react for a long time. When Wu Lai finally regained his senses, his body involuntarily emitted waves of extremely cold air. Elder Zhou Hua, is what you said true? I wouldn't dare to lie to sect leader Wu Lai about something like this. Zhou Hua said solemnly. Who did it? Wu Lai asked in a deep voice. I don't know either. Zhou Hua smiled wryly. You don't know? When Wu Lai heard this, horror dawned on his face. When he looked at Zhou Hua again, there was an additional hint of killing intent in his eyes. It was as though he wanted to transfer his hatred to this second elder of the Zhou clan. Before I came, I didn't see him reveal his identity. Perhaps, he has already revealed his identity now. Zhou Hua said. I'll tell you as we walk. After Wu Lai said this in a deep voice, his body moved and disappeared from the spot. The direction he was heading in was the direction of Ataraxia City. The old man who was following beside Wu Lai also followed at this moment. His speed was so fast that it was not inferior to Wu Lai's at all. Zhou Hua took a deep breath and followed as well. After a while, Wu Lai, who was holding back his speed, asked in a deep voice when Zhou Hua caught up to him, Elder Zhou Hua, tell me. What exactly happened? Where did it happen? Why did my son die? Under Wu Lai's burning gaze, Zhou Hua told him everything he knew truthfully. If that adulterous pair doesn't die, I, Wu Lai, am a father in vain. Chapter 1186. A few days later, Wu Lai, Zhou Hua, and the other two arrived at Ataraxia City. At the same time, the three of them also learned about what happened after Zhou Hua left Ataraxia City and what happened at the Zhou clan's auction square. The people who killed Wu Lai's two sons were from the Ling Tian sect. One of them was even the sect leader of Ling Tian sect. The sect leader of Ling Tian sect had killed the Zhou clan's grand elder who had broken through to the 9th-level martial monarch stage in front of everyone. He had displayed his powerful strength. Sect leader Wu Lai, I know that you want to avenge your two sons. However, I suggest that you bear with it for the time being. In the Zhou clan's mansion, Zhou Zheng, the clan leader of Zhou clan, looked at Wu Lai and sighed. It's not that I'm looking down on your true martial sect, but I'm afraid no one in your true martial sect is a match for him. That day, Zhou Zheng had personally witnessed Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of Ling Tian's sect, making his move. For this reason, he had the most right to speak. Thank you for your reminder, clan leader Zhou. Wu Lai nodded solemnly. Although he was filled with rage, he could only forcefully suppress it at this moment. Although he desperately wanted to avenge his two sons, he did not lose his rationality. Yes, he was the father of his two sons. However, he was also the sect leader of the true martial sect. He had to consider the big picture. Clan leader Zhou, you said earlier that Duan Ling Tian is recruiting grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists for the Ling Tian sect? Wu Lai suddenly asked as he looked at Zhou Zheng as though he had recalled something. Yes. Zhou Zheng nodded. He's using grade 1 spirit weapons with a 90% boost and grade 1 pills with a purity of 91% to attract grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists to the Ling Tian sect. Wu Lai muttered to himself. The Ling Tian sect must have recruited quite a number of grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists, right? That's right. Zhou Zheng nodded again and smiled wryly. As far as I know, there are more than 10 grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists in the Ling Tian sect. More than 10 people were not considered many. However, if there were more than 10 grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists, it would be shocking enough. So many grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists. It's impossible for those first-rate forces in the central area in the inner land to have them. Even the ancient clan might not have so many grade 1 alchemists and alchemists. The second elder of Zhou clan's alchemists and alchemists and alchemists and alchemists and alchemists and alchemists. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Wu Lai's eyes were piercingly cold as he said in a deep voice, I'll let that Duan Ling Tian know that he's digging his own grave by wantonly recruiting grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists. Wu Lai's words caused the other 3 people present to look at him in unison. As for the other 3 people, besides Zhou Zheng and Zhou Hua, there was also the old man beside him. He was also a guardian elder of the true martial sect, and his strength was not inferior to Zhou Zheng's. The sect's guardian elder was always by Wu Lai's side like a shadow. Sect leader Wu Lai, what do you mean? Zhou Zheng asked curiously. Although the other 2 did not say anything, curiosity could be seen in their eyes. Clan leader Zhou, think about it. The Duan Ling Tian sect leader used the sword and pill that your Zhou clan obtained from the auction as bait. I'm sure many grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists would be tempted. Even the grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists from other first-rate forces would be tempted. They might even leave their forces to join the Ling Tian sect. Two streaks of tears rolled down Lu Bai's face. A man would not cry easily unless he was deeply hurt. What happened to the clan leader and the former clan leader? Duan Lingtian's expression changed when he heard this. In the northern mountains Lu clan, other than Lu Bai, he was more familiar with the clan leader of the Lu clan, Lu Rui. As for the former clan leader of the Lu clan, he had a good impression of him as well. Dead. All of them are dead. Lu Bai looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a pained expression, our Lu clan is gone. I'm the only one left in the Lu clan. I'm the only one left. The Lu clan was gone. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed, and he asked in a deep voice, what's going on? Who dares to annihilate the Lu clan? The reason the Lu clan could survive for 10,000 years was because they had always maintained contact with some of the first-rate forces in the inner land. However, someone had annihilated the Lu clan. Was that person not afraid of offending the first-rate forces behind the Lu clan? Not long after you left, soon after, Duan Lingtian learned the whole story from Lu Bai. Not long after he left, an uninvited guest appeared in the northern mountain land. He claimed to be from the ancient Han clan. At the same time, that person had another identity. He was Cheng He's uncle. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was no stranger to Cheng He. It was the guild leader of the Alchemist Guild's main guild in the southern outer land who had died in his hands. He thought Duan Lingtian had mastered some special method to refine medicine and wanted to force the answer out of him. He did not succeed the first time, and he even asked for help the second time. Someone from the Han clan. Duan Lingtian's face turned grave. His eyes gleamed coldly as he clenched his fists tightly. His purple robe fluttered even though there was no wind. If that person from the Han clan was really angry at the Lu clan because of Cheng He's death, he would definitely annihilate the Lu clan. In that case, he was undoubtedly the person who had indirectly harmed the Lu clan. It was as such. He was responsible for the annihilation of the entire Lu clan, and everyone's death. That old man named Han Jing, who claimed to be from the ancient Han clan, killed everyone in the Lu clan except for me. If it wasn't for the clan leader who took care of me beforehand, I wouldn't have survived. When Lu Bai reached this part of the story, fear could be seen in his eyes. It was as though he had recalled something terrifying. Han Jing from the Han clan. Duan Lingtian's mood turned gloomier. At the same time, he engraved this name in his mind. He was responsible for the annihilation of the Lu clan. He would kill this Han Jing sooner or later to avenge the Lu clan. That Han Jing is simply a devil. Not long after our Lu clan was annihilated, I was lucky enough to escape. After that, I heard he annihilated the O clan as well. Lu Bai continued to speak. His body trembled even more as though he was terrified. He annihilated the O clan as well. Duan Lingtian frowned. Although the Northern Mountains Lu clan and the Northern Mountains O clan were protected by first-rate forces in the inner land, they were annihilated by Han Jing one after another. Although Duan Lingtian was shocked, he was not surprised. If Han Jing was really a powerhouse from the Han clan, even those first-rate forces who had promised to protect the Lu clan and the O clan would not dare to make a move against him. The ancient Han clan's position on the Cloud Continent was above all the first-rate forces. The former was not on the same level as the latter. Isn't the clan leader of O clan the helper his nephew, Cheng He, found? The reason Duan Lingtian frowned was because he was puzzled. Chapter 1187. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh when he heard that the two clans with 10,000 years of history in the northern mountain land were annihilated just like that. Both clans had survived for 10,000 years, but they still could not stop the Han clan's powerhouses from making their move. Duan Lingtian did not feel anything when the O clan was annihilated. After all, the O clan was implicated in this matter because of the clan leader of O clan. As for the Lu clan, Duan Lingtian felt guilty. Han clan, Han Jing. If I don't kill you, I, Duan Lingtian, won't be able to stand tall in this world. Duan Lingtian's eyes went cold, and the words that were slightly dry and hoarse seemed to be coughed out from his throat, causing one's hair to stand on end. At the same time, a murderous aura swept out from his body in all directions. It was as though he was an enraged god of slaughter. Lu Bai, who was standing nearby, did not even have time to react before he was shrouded by the murderous aura. He was terrified, and his body began to tremble even more violently. After a long while, Duan Lingtian retracted his murderous aura, and his expression returned to normal. Lu Bai, why are you in the inner land? Duan Lingtian asked curiously as he looked at Lu Bai. I'm here to look for you. Lu Bai said solemnly. At the same time, a spatial ring appeared in his hand. It was a spatial ring that did not have an owner yet. The clan leader asked me to pass this to you when I found you. Clan leader. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. Naturally, he knew the clan leader Lu Bai was talking about was Lu Rui, the clan leader of Lu clan. After taking the spatial ring, Duan Lingtian performed the ownership claim on it. Soon after, he saw the items inside the spatial ring. The Grade 1 spirit weapons and pill bottles that were filled with Grade 1 pills that he had left behind for the Lu clan were standing there quietly. When Duan Lingtian saw these items, he knew Lu Rui did not think he would survive when he passed the spatial ring to Lu Bai. He only hoped that Lu Bai would survive. Soon after, Duan Lingtian discovered that apart from the things he had left for the Lu clan, there was also a jade slip. A sound transmission jade slip. Taking out the sound transmission jade slip, Duan Lingtian immediately infused his origin energy into it. After a short while, a clear and familiar voice sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. Elder Duan, if you can hear my message, please help my Lu clan take good care of Lu Bai. This child will be the last bloodline of my Lu clan. As for what happened to the Lu family, Elder Duan, you don't have to blame yourself. Everything is fate. The voice from the voice transmission jade slip belonged to the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui. Heaven's will. Duan Lingtian naturally knew that Lu Rui was comforting him. He didn't believe in the so-called will of the heavens. He only knew that man could conquer the heavens. No matter what, even though he wasn't the one responsible for the destruction of the Lu clan, he had indirectly caused it. He was duty-bound to do so. Don't worry. I will take good care of Lu Bai. As for the Lu clan, I will avenge all of you as well. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. When he reached the end of his sentence, wisps of cold flames appeared in the depth of his eyes as though they could burn everything. Lu Bai, you can stay in the Lingtian sect from now on. I will provide you with the best cultivation resources and help you rebuild the Lu clan. As long as you're still around, the Lu clan will not be destroyed. Duan Lingtian said to Lu Bai with a solemn expression. Thank you. Lu Bai quickly expressed his gratitude emotionally. To him, being able to stay in the Lingtian sect was undoubtedly a dream come true for him. Let's go. I'll bring you to see someone. I'll ask her to arrange a place for you to stay. The person Duan Lingtian was bringing Lu Bai to was none other than the vice sect leader of the Lingtian sect, Luo Ping. On the way, Lu Bai followed behind Duan Lingtian and looked at Duan Lingtian's back with a complicated gaze. Previously, the strength that Duan Lingtian displayed at the northern mountains Lu clan had already shocked him. Now that Duan Lingtian had become the sect leader of the Lingtian sect, he felt like he was dreaming. Not long ago, when he had just arrived in the inner land, he had heard that the Yin Yang sect had changed its name to the Lingtian sect. He had also heard that the sect leader of the Lingtian sect was called Duan Lingtian. When he first heard about this, his first thought was that the sect leader of the Lingtian sect was the Duan Lingtian he knew. However, when he thought about it again, he found it unbelievable. In his impression, although Duan Lingtian was strong, he was not strong enough to kill Yang Hong, the former peak master of the Yang peak of the Yin Yang sect, without using a spirit weapon. However, in the end, he still decided to come to the Lingtian sect to try his luck. As it turned out, his luck was not bad. The sect leader of the Lingtian sect was the Duan Lingtian he knew. Cultivate well. As for the Lu clan, I'll avenge them. After handing Lu Bai over to Luo Ping, Duan Lingtian said to him. I'll definitely raise my cultivation base so that I can help you. Lu Bai said seriously. After settling Lu Bai down, Duan Lingtian's heart was still a little heavy. The huge Lu clan was gone just like that. Is there something on your mind? Unknowingly, a fiery red figure appeared beside Duan Lingtian. It was a devastatingly beautiful woman who asked in a soft voice. The Lu clan has been destroyed. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the red-clad lady frowned slightly. The Northern Mountains Lu clan. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. I'll help you. The red-clad lady's short sentence warmed Duan Lingtian's heart. At the same time, a smile crept up the corner of his lips. When she was in front of him, Tian Wu was becoming more and more cheerful. After I create the combined puppet, I'll go and retrieve the great treasure left by the reincarnation Emperor Wu in his second life for his third life. As long as I get the royal grade resurrection pill, Tian Wu should be able to regain her memory after consuming it. Duan Lingtian began to plan in his heart. 3 days later, the Yu brothers appeared before Duan Lingtian. Sect leader, the materials you asked for are inside. Yu Ping handed the spatial ring in his hand to Duan Lingtian and said respectfully. Well done. Duan Lingtian nodded in satisfaction. Then, he raised his hand and shot 2 pills toward the Yu brothers. The Yu brothers reached out and took a closer look. Their eyes lit up immediately. Sect leader, is this a grade 1 life recovery pill? At once, both of them looked at Duan Lingtian. Their breathing quickened. In their opinion, the grade 1 life recovery pill that the sect leader took out was definitely not an ordinary grade 1 life recovery pill. Its purity must be at least 90%. The grade 1 life recovery pill in your hands has a purity of 99%. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. With the medicine refining technique and experience that he inherited from the reincarnation Emperor Wu, in addition to the quasi-royal grade pill fire that he could condense, refining grade 1 pills was a piece of cake. Not only that, but he could even refine grade 1 pills that were close to perfect. 99% purity. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the Yu brothers were instantly petrified. They could not regain their senses for a long time. Naturally, they did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words. However, this did not mean that they were not shocked. As far as they knew, the news that was spreading outside was only that the Ling Tian sect could take out a grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of 91%. Even they thought that a grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of 91% was the limit. However, when the Yu brothers found out that they had a grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of 99%, they hurriedly put away the pills as though they had just obtained a treasure. At the same time, they reflexively observed their surroundings as though they wanted to confirm if there was a fourth person who knew that they had obtained a grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of 99%. There's no need to look around. There's only the 3 of us here. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh. However, the Yu brothers' faces were tense. It was as though they were afraid that no one would know what kind of treasure they had obtained. They could roughly guess what a grade 1 life recovery pill with a purity of 99% meant. The medicinal effect of such a grade 1 life returning pill was probably not far away from reviving the dead and regrowing the flesh and bones. It could save their lives at a critical moment. For this reason, they did not dare to be negligent. After the Yu brothers put away the grade 1 life recovery pill, they ignored him as though they were guarding against a thief. Duan Lingtian shook his head and left immediately. After he left, Duan Lingtian prepared to use the materials that the Yu brothers had prepared to forge a combined puppet. Now, I'm looking forward to the combined puppet's strength. Duan Lingtian's eyes were as bright as the stars. His face was filled with anticipation. However, forging a combined puppet was undoubtedly a huge project. First, he had to forge a group of ordinary puppets that were directly activated by supreme-grade origin stones. After these puppets were completed, Duan Lingtian would proceed to the second step, which was to forge a combined puppet. With the inscription formation that he had obtained from the Qing Feng Emperor Wu's secret treasure, Duan Lingtian was confident that he would be able to forge a combined puppet. Time passed by quietly. In a month's time, Duan Lingtian had only used half of the materials to forge half of the puppets. Each of these puppets was activated by supreme-grade origin stones. They could display the strength contained in the origin energy that was comparable to a 7th-level void transformation martial artist. In other words, it was the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. However, Although these puppets were quite strong, they were not even considered as cannon fodder in Duan Lingtian's eyes. A martial monarch powerhouse only needed to spit a mouthful of saliva to drown them. Duan Lingtian's goal was to combine a group of such puppets through the mysterious inscription formation and display an even more powerful strength. Sect leader, this is bad. This is bad. On this day, Duan Lingtian continued to forge the puppets. However, not long after, he was alarmed by the noise that came from outside. He had no choice but to stop what he was doing. What's the matter? Duan Lingtian flew out and looked at a Lingtian sect's disciple who was standing in the air outside. He frowned and asked in displeasure. He hated it when people interrupted him when he was focused on his work. He made a decision in his heart. If there was nothing important, he would definitely punish this Lingtian sect's disciple severely. Sect leader, many people have broken into our Lingtian sect and killed a few disciples who were in charge of patrolling. Chapter 1188. What? Upon hearing the Lingtian sect disciples' report, Duan Lingtian's expression changed. Killing his Lingtian sect disciple. Who is so bold? No matter who it is, I will make you pay the price for daring to touch my Duan Lingtian sect disciple. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. His eyes were cold and hard to conceal. Where are they? Duan Lingtian looked at the Lingtian sect disciple in front of him and asked in a deep voice. North. The Lingtian sect disciple could feel the anger of the sect leader in front of him. He hurriedly answered without any hesitation. Whoosh. Almost as soon as he finished his sentence, he felt a gentle breeze blowing on his face. Then, the person standing not far away from him disappeared completely. Duan Lingtian was furious. Completely furious. He was now the sect leader of Lingtian sect. Someone came to his Lingtian sect to kill someone. Moreover, it was a disciple of his Lingtian sect. This was undoubtedly a slap to his face and embarrassed him. I would like to see who is so bold. Duan Lingtian's face was as calm as still water. As he muttered to himself, the murderous intent on his body surged as though it could pierce through the boundless sky. Sect leader. Sect leader. Along the way, many people gathered with Duan Lingtian. They were the elders of the Lingtian sect led by Luo Ping and the Yu brothers. They followed Duan Lingtian one by one. Seeing that Duan Lingtian did not utter a word, they knew that the sect leader of Lingtian sect was furious. Young master. Master. Unknowingly, Xiong Quan and Gold Thug had also arrived. Along with them was a lady in red who looked like a fire elf. When she appeared, everything around her seemed to be overshadowed. As soon as the woman in red appeared, she landed beside Duan Lingtian and walked side by side with Duan Lingtian. In the entire Lingtian sect, only Feng Tianwu dared to walk side by side with Duan Lingtian. Sect master. Sect master. Not long after, more voices rang out. It was a dozen middle-aged men and old men who flew over. They were led by a middle-aged man and followed behind Duan Lingtian. The middle-aged man in the lead was precisely Zhang San. As for the remaining 10 over people, they were the grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists who had recently joined Lingtian sect. However, even when Zhang San and the others appeared, Duan Lingtian still ignored them. At this moment, his sharp gaze was fixed in front of him. Although there was neither joy nor anger on his face, everyone present could feel a terrifying chill from his body. I wonder who's so bold as to barge into our Lingtian sect. How dare they kill our Lingtian sect's disciples? We'll make sure they don't return alive. Many Lingtian sect's elders could not suppress the anger in their hearts as they roared to vent their frustrations. They had rushed over because they heard that someone had barged into the Lingtian sect and killed the patrolling disciples. Over there. Suddenly, one of the Ling Tian sect's elders looked into the distance and cried out in a low voice. In the distance, a black mass of people appeared before Duan Ling Tian and the others. Most of these people were Ling Tian sect's disciples. At this moment, they were surrounding more than 10 people with faces full of anger. Some of them even clenched their fists tightly as their bodies trembled violently due to their agitation. To be more precise, there were 12 people surrounded by them. There were middle-aged men and old men. The 12 people were led by 6 people while the other 6 people followed closely behind. It's him. At this moment, the 5 people behind Zhang San frowned. Their gazes fell on 5 of the 6 people who were leading the group. It seemed like they knew these people. Do you know them? Zhang San's face darkened as he turned to look at the 5 grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists behind him and asked. I know that person. He's the sect leader of the Flying Frost sect that I was in previously. The person following behind him is the Grand Elder of the Flying Frost sect. One of the grade 1 alchemists said. I know that person as well. He's the sect leader of the Silver Feather sect that I was in previously. The person behind him is the Silver Feather sect's guardian elder. Another grade 1 weapons craftsman said. Other than the 2 of them, the other 3 people were in a similar situation. Among the 12 people, 10 of them were people they knew and had interacted with before. It seems like they're very unwilling to accept your departure. Are they planning to come to our Ling Tian sect to snatch the people? After learning the identities of the 10 people among the 12 people from the 5 people, Zhang San could naturally guess their intentions. He could not help but sneer. They're not capable of keeping the people here, so they came to our Ling Tian sect to ask for them. Looks like they really think our Ling Tian sect is a pushover. At this moment, the people behind Duan Ling Tian finally understood the intentions of the 12 people in front of them. Don't they think it's embarrassing enough? How dare they come to our Ling Tian sect to ask for their people? Many of the Ling Tian sect's elders mocked. Do any of you know the remaining 2 people? Soon after, Zhang San asked the remaining grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists. However, he did not receive any reply from any of them. Perhaps, the grade 1 weapons craftsmen or alchemists from their forces haven't had the time to come to our Ling Tian sect after they left their forces. Someone guessed. That must be it. Many people expressed their agreement. Duan Ling Tian heard every single word that came from behind him. It made Duan Ling Tian's gaze turn colder and colder. A sinister sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Sect leader. Sect leader. The arrival of Duan Ling Tian and his group quickly attracted the attention of a group of Ling Tian sect's disciples. Each and every one of them looked at Duan Ling Tian excitedly. As they bowed respectfully, their eyes were filled with almost blind adoration. During this period of time, as a group of grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists joined the Ling Tian sect, all the elders and most of the outstanding disciples in Ling Tian sect used grade 1 spirit weapons. Moreover, they more or less had some grade 1 pills in their hands. Although they were just ordinary grade 1 spirit weapons and grade 1 pills that came from the hands of the grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists who had just joined the Ling Tian sect, it was enough to make them extremely excited. In the past, this was a treatment that the Yin Yang sect did not even dare to dream of. However, today, they were able to enjoy such treatment. All of this was due to the Ling Tian sect and their sect leader, Duan Ling Tian, of Ling Tian sect. It was precisely because of this that they respected the sect leader of Ling Tian sect from the bottom of their hearts. They even regarded him as their idol. Yes. Duan Ling Tian looked at the group of Ling Tian sect's disciples and forced a smile on his face as he nodded in response. However, when he led the group of people behind him to confront the 12 people in the encirclement, the smile on his face disappeared and was replaced by a layer of cold frost. You're Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of Ling Tian sect. One of the black-robed old men among the 6 leaders stared coldly at Duan Lingtian and questioned him in a condescending tone. However, Duan Lingtian ignored him. His gaze swept past the faces of the 6 people in front of him one by one. Then, it swept past the 6 people behind them as if he was observing something. For 9th level martial monarchs. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. He knew what was going on. Earlier, it seemed like he was only glancing at the 12 people in front of him, but in fact, he was probing their background with his spiritual energy. He discovered that among the 12 people in front of him, 4 of them were 9th level martial monarchs. As for the remaining 8 people, their strength was not weak either. All of them were 8th level martial monarchs. Didn't you hear what I asked you? When the black-robed old man saw that Duan Lingtian had ignored him and noticed the mocking gazes around him, he was instantly enraged and shouted at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian continued to ignore the black-robed old man. To be more precise, it was as if he did not hear what the black-robed old man said at all. Sect leader Mo, however, this time, an old man standing behind Zhang San who was standing behind Duan Lingtian took a step forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with Zhang San as he looked at the black-robed old man. I left the 1,000 Feet sect purely out of my own will and choice. It has nothing to do with the Lingtian sect. Moreover, when I left, didn't you say that we would part on good terms, sect leader Mo? When the old man reached the end of his sentence, his face turned slightly gloomy as if he felt that he had been deceived. Humph. However, the black-robed old man only snorted coldly when he faced this old man. It was as if he could not be bothered to waste his breath on him. He had already discussed it with the leaders of the other 5 first-rate forces. After destroying the Lingtian sect, they would no longer treat these grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists as well as they did before. They would force these grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists to swear on the 99 heavenly tribulation that they would never betray their forces. Otherwise, they would be killed by the lightning punishment. In the past, grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists were extremely rare. They were deeply afraid of encountering someone with a fiery temper, so they did not dare to do so. However, it was different today. There were close to 20 grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists in the Lingtian sect. Even if more than 10 of them had a fiery temper and were willing to die, the remaining would be enough for them to divide among themselves. Therefore, they were not worried that they would not be able to recoup the losses of their respective forces after destroying the Lingtian sect. It was precisely because of this that the black-robed old man, the sect leader of the 1,000 Feet sect, was extremely cold to the grade 1 weapons craftsmen that he treated so warmly in the past. All 12 of you are here for the grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists who left their respective forces. Duan Lingtian finally spoke. However, he did not answer the black-robed old man. Instead, he asked in a deep voice. The 5 sect leaders by my side are here for this, but I'm not. As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, a finely dressed middle-aged man among the 6 people in the lead said coldly. Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the finely dressed middle-aged man. From the beginning, he had noticed that this person was different. The moment this person saw him, he revealed an undying hatred. The sect leader of the true martial sect. Duan Lingtian asked probingly as he narrowed his eyes. That's right. I'm the sect leader of the true martial sect, Wu Lai. Today, I'll kill both of you bastards to avenge my 2 dead sons. Chapter 1189. The sect leader of true martial sect. Upon hearing Wu Lai's words, Duan Lingtian nodded in realization. So, you're the father of those 2 idiots. Idiots. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, most of the people present had a strange expression on their faces. Many of them looked at Wu Lai in unison. So what if he was the father of 2 idiots? You. Duan Lingtian, don't push me too far. Wu Lai was so angry that he almost attacked Duan Lingtian. However, at this critical moment, he remembered that Duan Lingtian's strength was far from what he could compare to. Therefore, he could only endure it. After all, he was not the only one who targeted Duan Lingtian and Lingtian sect today. Don't push me too far. Duan Lingtian glanced at Wu Lai in disdain. I'm pushing you too far. What can you do about it? Do you still dare to attack me? Earlier, he had already noticed that Wu Lai was only an 8th-level martial monarch stage martial artist. Therefore, from the beginning until the end, he did not take Wu Lai seriously at all. If Wu Lai dared to attack him, he was confident that he would be able to kill him in one blow. Provocation is useless against me. Wu Lai snorted. However, his eyes still looked as if they could spit fire. It was obvious how angry he was. Trash. Duan Lingtian glanced at Wu Lai indifferently, causing his eyes to bulge. After that, he no longer paid any attention to him. Instead, he swept his sharp gaze across the remaining 11 people. Who killed my Lingtian sect's patrolling disciples earlier? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently. His tone was extremely calm. However, if one listened carefully, they would be able to hear the extreme anger and coldness in his calm tone. I killed them. At this moment, the grey-clad old man next to Wu Lai took a step forward and glanced at Duan Lingtian indifferently. Based on his words, it was as though he did not care about this matter at all. At this moment, the group of Lingtian sect's elders and disciples glared at the grey-clad old man. Sect leader Lin, why do you have to do this? An old man behind Zhang San sighed. This old man was once a grade 1 weapons craftsman in the first-rate force that the grey-clad old man controlled. Since he wanted to obtain pointers from the weapon craftsmen in the Lingtian sect who could forge grade 1 spirit weapons with a 90% amplification, he left the first-rate force he was in and came to the Lingtian sect. When they left, they parted on good terms. However, it did not cross his mind that the former sect leader would actually come to the Lingtian sect to cause trouble. You killed him alone. Duan Lingtian was successfully attracted by the grey-clothed old man. He narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice. Not bad. The grey-clothed old man said proudly, as if he didn't notice the approaching danger at all. Very good, you dare to take responsibility for your actions. Since that's the case, you can go to hell. At first, Duan Lingtian was still nodding seriously, but as he finished speaking, his entire body disappeared into thin air. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the grey-robed old man. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the short-lived sound of a sword whistling entered the ears of all the martial monarchs present. As for the Lingtian sect's disciples who were below the martial monarch stage, they could not hear anything at all. However, although they could not hear anything, they could clearly see the grey-robed old man falling down in an instant when Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the Lingtian sect, arrived in front of him. When the grey-robed old man fell, his eyes were wide open. There was a hint of disbelief in them as though he had encountered something unbelievable. Perhaps, until the moment before he died, he did not expect that he would be killed by Duan Lingtian so easily. When the grey-robed old man fell, there was a sword mark on his throat. The clear and tiny sword mark was also his fatal wound. A sword to the throat. At this moment, the group of Lingtian sect's disciples was not the only one who was stunned. Even the sect leader of the true martial sect, Wu Lai, the leaders of the other 4 major forces, and the people they brought with them were stunned. Boom! They only regained their senses when a thunderous explosion reverberated in the air. It was Duan Lingtian who had smashed the grey-robed old man's body into dust with just a palm strike. Only a spatial ring and a few profundity fragments were left before he put them away. Sect leader. The old man who was originally following behind the grey-robed old man cried out in grief. The origin energy on his body surged as his profundity followed like a shadow. It was as though he had transformed into a wild beast as he pounced toward Duan Lingtian. He wanted to avenge the gray-robed old man. Whoosh! When he attacked, he used a grade 1 spirit weapon and charged toward Duan Lingtian. He was determined to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces. Whoosh! 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 The saber light that covered the sky swept down and enveloped Duan Lingtian. It was as though it wanted to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces. Die! The old man shouted. The sound of air exploding rose and fell as he passed. It set off a raging wind that caused everyone's robes to flutter loudly. At the same time, the heaven and earth phenomenon condensed and formed above the old man's head. 4 silhouettes of ancient black dragons and 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons charged out. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced toward Duan Lingtian. It was as though they wanted to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces. You'll have to have the ability to kill me first if you want to. Duan Lingtian sneered and charged forward without dodging. He was not afraid of the old man's storm-like attacks at all. 9 Dragons Protection. With just a thought in his mind, the quasi-royal grade spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was enveloped by the 5-colored energy. It carried a sharp sword chi and wantonly swept around his body as though it had transformed into a 5-colored divine dragon. The 5-colored divine dragon was extremely fast. In just a blink of an eye, it formed a 5-colored light shield on the surface of his body. Boom! 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 The saber rays that fell from the sky crashed onto the 5-colored light shield on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body and set off a series of loud noises. The airflow that exploded in the air set off another wave of raging wind. However, it still could not break through the 5-colored light shield on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body. Dragon soaring 9 heavens. After a while, Duan Lingtian charged forward against the saber rays that fell like rain. It was as though he had transformed into a 5-colored divine dragon that emitted a sharp sword chi. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the old man. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and the quasi-royal grade spirit sword appeared in his hand. Whoosh! Just as the 5-colored light shield around Duan Lingtian's body disappeared, the short-lived sound of the sword whistling entered the ears of every martial monarch powerhouse on the scene again. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the old man followed in the footsteps of the sect leader of his sect. Boom! Duan Lingtian did the same thing and blasted the old man into dust before taking his spatial ring and profundity fragment. The leaders of the 5 major forces, including Wu Lai, the sect leader of the true martial sect, had their eyes fixed on the heaven and earth phenomenon that was gradually forming above Duan Lingtian's head. They wanted to see through Duan Lingtian's background. This was also the reason why they stood aside and did nothing earlier. As the saying went, know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll be victorious in 100 battles. They needed to have a deeper understanding of this Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of Lingtian's sect who had appeared out of thin air and rose to power like a comet. Unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed. The heaven and earth phenomenon above Duan Lingtian's head dissipated again before it could form. The people from the original 6 first-rate forces had also left. Only the people from the 5 first-rate forces, including the true martial sect, were left. The sect leader is too powerful. Yes, he's too powerful. A dignified leader of a first-rate force was instantly killed by the sect leader in just a blink of an eye. The other powerhouse who had an extraordinary status and strength in that sect was not spared as well. What's there to be surprised about? The sect leader even killed the Zhou clan's grand elder who had broken through to the 9th-level martial monarch stage. Naturally, it's not difficult for him to kill 2 old men. Those 2 old men might not be as powerful as the Zhou clan's grand elder who was killed by the sect leader. The group of Lingtian's sect's disciples discussed animatedly. Their eyes were filled with passion and admiration when they looked at Duan Lingtian. Some of the young female disciples even stared at Duan Lingtian with lustful eyes. They completely regarded Duan Lingtian as their dream lover. However, everyone, including Zhang San and the Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists behind him, as well as the 3 deputy sect leaders of Ling Tian's sect, had a solemn expression on their faces. They could see that although 2 of their opponents had died, the remaining people did not seem to care. It was obvious that the person who had just died was not the strongest among them. Otherwise, they would not have been so calm. They knew that the real crisis of Ling Tian's sect had only just begun. Not bad, not bad. The sect leader of Qianzhang's sect, the black-robed old man, sized up Duan Lingtian for a while before nodding his head. He looked like an elder who was praising a junior. In the blink of an eye, his expression changed again. A ferocious smile appeared on his face. However, no matter how strong you are, you'll still die here today. The 3 of you, let's attack together. After all, this kid is someone who can kill 9th level martial monarch stage martial artists like us. We can't be careless. The black-robed old man stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. After he had locked onto his target, he called out to the other 3 people. The other 3 people he called out to were naturally the leaders of the other 3 first-rate forces other than Wu Lai, the sect leader of true martial sect. These 3 people were like him, they were all 9th level martial monarch stage powerhouses. That Zhou clan's grand elder is only a martial artist who has just broken through to the 9th level martial monarch stage. Even I can kill him in one blow. Among the leaders of the 3 first-rate forces, the silver-robed middle-aged man said disdainfully. However, although he said so, he still stared at Duan Lingtian cooperatively. His eyes were cold, and he was ready to attack at any time. As for the remaining 2 people, they also locked onto Duan Lingtian immediately. A great battle was about to break out. Let's help the sect leader. The group of people behind Duan Lingtian became restless. All of them wanted to help Duan Lingtian. However, when Duan Lingtian raised his hand, the group of people regained their silence. They knew that the sect leader intended for them to stand aside and watch. Sect leader. You. The group of people, including Zhang San, wanted to persuade Duan Lingtian, but they were interrupted by Duan Lingtian in a deep voice. This is an order. For a moment, the group of people who did not dare to disobey Duan Lingtian's order looked at Duan Lingtian's back worriedly. Their hearts were filled with anxiety. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.